Hey, what is going on, gamers? How y'all doing? It's great to actually have internet again. That was cool. Yeah, last week I couldn't like stream anyway, but the internet actually like in our area just completely went out, and it was actually out for like 4 or 5 days. Because, like, the first few hours, you're like, okay, it's just kind of something weird. But then, after a while, you're like, why... why is it not coming back? So we, like, called them, like, pretty early on. They couldn't send someone out for, like, 3 days. And then finally, they get there, and it takes, like, 30 minutes to figure out what's going on, right? And what happened was the freaking cable that goes, like, to our house, right, somehow came disconnected underground. Like, I'm dead serious. Only ours, apparently. I don't... So that's what happened. So they genuinely were like, we have no idea how that's possible, but anyway, we reconnected it. So, it's good to have internet again. It's funny how many times stuff like that happens to us. Amazing. Yeah, it was it was really something, you know, because at first you get to like tech support or whatever, right? And they're like, have you tried restarting your router? You're like, yes. And you have to like speak the language, otherwise they don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, you have to speak the IT language. You have to be like, yes, I've tried resetting the router. The light is on the modem, so I know that it's related to the internet connection, not the intranet. Once they understand, you know what you're like talking about, then they're like, okay, we'll send someone out. But it's just really goofy how that stuff happens all the time. Anyway, how y'all doing? Yeah, I guess we're gonna work on this again. Yeah, I worked on a little bit off stream, as always, not like a ton. It's been a pretty crazy week, actually, but, time for Spectrum Sunday. Let me pull this up. There we go. And I really need to find, like, new music that I can play that isn't, you know, isn't a copyright problem. Let's do this again, why not? So, I mean, any suggestions, you know. Doing alright. What about you, Rad? I'm doing alright. Yeah. Just been kind of a weird week. Well, just I don't know, long. I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff that's been happening, but it's not bad. It's just like, man, I'm tired. You know. So sorry if I sat out of it. Yeah, thanks for asking. Freeplay 2 is pretty. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess I can do that. I haven't actually heard most of it yet. I've been meaning to play it. I remember the Dragon Valley one because there was like a beta of that like years ago. But I'm sure the final's probably a little different. But yeah, let me try to pull that up actually. Does this plugin still work? We'll find out. Hey WRL, how you doing? Looks like it actually does. Alright. Give that a shot. Nope. Unable to open item for playback. Oh, this one works though. It's alright. Oh, if you want to wait to hear the game, that's fine. Oh, no, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I want to play it for sure, but I don't have a problem hearing the soundtrack first. I mean, unless there's something that's kind of like, I don't know. If it's somehow spoilery, like if it's maybe like a stage is related to the music or like, you know how like Rayman Legends has those rhythm stages? I don't know if there's something like that, maybe I shouldn't listen to it yet, but I don't think there is. But yeah, Zero Gravity would be a great one too. I'll probably do that after this because I don't know how long this will be. I know it is. Take care. Thanks. Like, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like you don't stream for like 1 week and then you go, you go to like do it again and you're like, oh yeah, how do I talk to other people? Like, it's weird. Well, it's not even that, because I've been talking to people like all week is the thing, but it's just like, I don't know how to put this, like in-person, like communication is somehow different. Like, even though it's not really, like, you're doing the same thing, it feels different, because instead of thinking about like, what are the people in the room thinking about what I'm saying, you're thinking more like, what is everyone thinking? Because anyone could join. I don't know. It's just like something about it. It's like I forgot my words. Is that spoilers? Yeah, cool, dude. I don't like listening much to STs in game. Oh yeah, no, I get that. I'm like that sometimes. I don't know why I'm not every time. That's really weird. Yeah, like, I'm like that for Sonic games usually. But I'm not really for like a lot of other stuff that I play. I also have a bit of challenge sometimes putting stuff into words. Yeah, it's just when I start. Once I get into it, I'm like, oh yeah! That's how you stream. But so yeah, I'm like that sometimes too. Yeah, I don't know what makes the difference. It's just sometimes I'm like, no, I don't want to hear the music. You can play Penny's Big Breakaway? I really want to, yeah. Yeah, it's I've been trying to figure out like what the best time is to do it. I think I should do it like soon though. But for sure. I've been getting like a bunch of stuff on Steam lately, just trying to like whenever there's like a deal on something, I'm just like, bro, just get it. Because I used to, in the past, I'd like wait, like, is this the best deal though? Maybe in a week or two there'll be another deal, it'll be, it's like, stop. You're overthinking it. Play the game. So anyway. Alright, so I guess I'll just jump into this. So we're doing CPostureCommon yet again. Maybe I'll end up doing something else this stream if this gets too boring, I don't know. But again, it's just kind of like, this is most of what we're doing. For now, because we just gotta get like the basic movement working, right? So there's this, also bro, this song is really good. I don't remember the name of the song that this is remixing, but this is one from Freedom Planet 1. Let's go. I didn't sorry, I wasn't prepared for how peak this was going to be. Like, bro. I should have been, because the first like OST was really great, but wow. Anyway, sorry. So I'm slowly figuring out like what all these functions do. So one thing we've got to figure out right now is I have this like okay, so I found this function here. I'm fairly certain that this is the raycast nurse collision. So what this does is like basically what it sounds like. It casts a ray down from like from a certain point, down by like a certain, I guess, like distance or whatever. And it's only checking the nearest collision. So what that means exactly, to be honest, I don't know. This is a name from Lost World. I assume it means like if the collision is past a certain distance away from Sonic or whatever, then it doesn't count. So like it isn't factored into the raycast. I don't know. I'm not sure, to be honest, exactly why you would want that. So it's kind of odd to me that that's a function. Because there's like raycast, there's raycast nearest collision, and then there's raycast all. So I don't know. But this one seems to be raycast nearest collision, just based on, if you compare it to Lost World, it seems to be like the same function. So this is the constructor for the raycast output, and I recall being like very certain of that. Because when I looked at the constructor for it in Lost World, I think it was like, yeah, this is hex 40 bytes in size, and it's just setting everything to 0, right? this is hex 3c bytes in size, so it's 4 bytes smaller, right? Than the Lost World one. But that's because I found out the Lost World just adds 1 field to it. Which makes sense, the Lost World would add something because it's like, you know, they're doing anti-gravity stuff and whatever. So they had to add something probably for that. I forgot how good this OST is until like a day or two. That's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm already like kind of blown away. We're not even into the main stage themes yet. I can tell like the composers for this spent just years like polishing each track so far. That's kind of amazing. Jeez. Yeah, so who composed these? Because I forgot the name of the composer for the Freedom Planet 1 OST. It's like Woofle or something? I don't know if that's the right name at all. Yeah, it's really nice. Is the volume good, by the way? The composer's Freedom Planet 1, nice. They've only become more powerful, it sounds like. Yeah, this is also a remix of one of the tracks from the first game. Man. See, the only problem is that I'm like, I need to focus on like getting something done, but I'm enjoying this too much. Like, dang, Taz, that's a great suggestion. Yeah, Woofy, that sounds right. Everything's remixes. Yeah, that's a great idea. I actually bought like wait, I think I did. I like bought the Freedom Planet 1 OST. Because I was just like, I want to support this. It's really good. So I might honestly have to do the same for the second one. This is amazing so far. I'm probably gonna butcher that. It's wow, Leilani Wilson. For some reason, I can't speak today. Yeah, did a great job. Yeah, thanks, Tez. That's. I think I'm definitely gonna pick this up actually. It's like I want to support that. One OST I love is the No Straight Roads. I just don't know how they are about playing it, but I really recommend checking it out sometime. Yeah, thanks. You know what? I'll actually like pull up a tab for that on my phone so I don't forget. Because I'm always open to like music suggestions, you know. All right, cool. Yeah. So sorry. So I think the main thing for this is that there's not really any like functions for it. So I mean, there's Physics Raycast job, right? Which it seems like is directly related to this because that's what constructs it in Lost World. Maybe. I don't know. It's a vector of these. So I think they changed how this works between games, maybe? What was I looking for when I searched for this again? I think I was looking for the static and static initializer. Yeah, what was that one? I can't actually control F like on this screen, which is kind of upsetting. I can do this though. That's not what I wanted. What I was looking for was like the names of one of these CPP files because they have these like static initializer functions that get generated, and it seems like it's actually in the order, like an order that actually makes sense. I don't know how to explain this. It's like all the functions of the translation unit get added to the binary, and then after that they put like the static initializer for that translation unit if there is one, right? and then they repeat that for each translation unit. So if you find like the static initializer, it has the name of the CPP file in there. And so you can kind of figure out like how they organize their code from that. That's something that I've used a few times. But in this case, oh no, why can't I remember the names of any of these songs? Like I'm I've heard them a lot, but I just can't remember the names. It's like Paradise something. Hey, Sean, Sonic Fan 1, Booster, how you doing? It's basically like an array. I guess you could think of it like that, yeah. Well, it's just kind of like... Kind of, yeah, it's like not necessarily in any order. But it seems like they do group them by like the source file that they came from. Which is nice. Soundtrack of that game is great. The save theme was so good it made me get the game and play it. Really enjoyable game too. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. I appreciate it. I'll check it out for sure. Alright, so I don't know like what source file this would be put in. It probably doesn't really matter though. Because all that matters is that we get the size right, really, at this point. But it's something that I like to get right for future reference. So let's let me check this again. Physics raycast job, okay. That is the only thing that has raycast in it in Colors Ultimate, and it's not related to the game, so that's a pain. I think I'm honestly going to just like... Well, I should probably make this a class again. Okay. So in Colors it's like this. In Lost World... I lost it. Here it is. Apparently in Lost World I never figured that. Okay, that's unfortunate. Can I at least look at like something that uses it maybe? We'll just get the size right at least. And so one of these has to be, so there's two vectors that you pass into this function, right? One of them has to be like the point that it starts at, then the other one is like the direction. I assume, right? Because that's like how arraycast works. I'm not sure which is which, but it would be logical to me for it to start with the point. So it's probably like point and then, you know, direction. But I don't know for sure. So like these are the two vectors that they pass into here. But the reason they're commented out, right, is, so I've like decompiled this, you know, but these fields right here are taken from the C Physics class. And I don't know what these are, like in Lost World, what they map to, right? So like these are the two fields. If I actually like look at what uses this in Colors, right? The only thing that it finds takes a second. So I'm actually gonna like eat a little bit, so I'm just gonna mute mic for a second here. Sorry about that. Real eating hours. Yeah, if you look at these, the uses of it, right? The only known uses that it finds so far are right here, in this function, and then it's used again in update after move. Right here, it's at the right-hand side of this. They're sending something in the C physics class to these vectors, right? So yeah, so like obviously that can't be the only two usages of it, right? Because this is not setting the value, this is using it, and then this is also just using it. So like nothing sets it, right? So I assume something has to set that. So it's probably just that we haven't found a function that does that yet, and so Ghidra doesn't like find it, right? Yeah, but I don't know what it is. They're both vector 3s, so I mean, I don't know, I guess we can check in Dolphin, right? I don't have a good eating emote. Is there really not like an eating emote? Like, there's an emote for everything. There's not really. That's so weird. Emojis are such an interesting thing to me, right? Did I ever mention I was back when I was like, oh, I want to do videos, and then had a billion ideas and then never made them. One of the ideas that I had that I wanted to do that I wrote a script for but never quite finished was a video about emojis. Because I just wanted to point out how weird they are. Like there's so many things about like emojis that are just like, why? Why is that the case? I don't know if it was any good, it was a few years ago, but... Hey! Know that song. It's like a hack and slash where you try to beat some artists from a record company. Oh, that's kind of fun. It's like Hi-Fi Rush, but simpler in terms of attacks. Yeah, that does actually sound cool. Yeah, thanks again, Luca, for this suggestion. I'll look into that. Yeah, Temple Sparks, how you doing? Nah, you're good. Thanks for stopping by, though. I don't think you mentioned that before. Yeah, I can't remember if I did. I probably didn't. It started with, like, the problem with it was that I couldn't decide how much time I wanted to spend on, like, lighthearted, like, humor, you know what I mean? And how much time I wanted to spend on, like, going more into, like, how they work and how weird it is how they work. Like, because there was so much I wanted to say about, like, how weird it is just how, like, they were selected. Like, there's emojis for certain, like, actions, right? But then not for others, and it's, like, it's so arbitrary. Like, why are these the ones that we have emojis for, you know? But then, like, the way that they're handled in Unicode and everything is also a fascinating mess to me. So I was like, should I go into that more? Or should I talk more about just, like, I don't know, so I kind of tried to just write and see what happened, and it was just one of those things where it was becoming too long, and I was like, I need to kind of, you know, like, do a second draft of this, but I just never got there. What is this project? Hey, it's a crazy idea. So, like, Lost World is based on colors. So what I'm trying to do is port over the code from colors, like, into Lost World to turn it into, like, a better PC port of Sonic Colors. So the reason for that is because Colors Ultimate is such a mess that I feel like the likelihood of being able to fix it is higher by doing this than trying to, like, fix Ultimate. It's just because Ultimate's broken at, like, an engine level. It's really bad. So anyway, I need to figure out what these two fields are in Lost World, because I don't have, like, a name for them. They map to something, right? But I don't know what. I've been trying to figure it out. But again, the only usages I know of it in Colors are those two currently, so I could maybe try to find other usages of it. But I don't know, this is gonna be interesting. So let's just kind of watch as the entire stream today is just me figuring out what these two fields are. I hope not. But some days it be like that. Sometimes you get like a billion things done, and sometimes it's just like, I got one thing done. But as long as it's not 0, right? This is broken. Boy, I love PPC assembly. What a train wreck. Are we good now? Yeah, we're good now. This is from the Laser Wisp in Last World, apparently. Also, it's wrong. There we go. So what was I looking at? It was this. Check Raycast hit. Which also, like, this name is broken. So many things just break. Yeah, like, the Ghidra Wii U stuff is, like, terrible. I'm sorry. I should fix it sometime. I should try to, like, help them fix it, because it's open source. Yo! It's Dragon Valley time! So I assume this is the same as the more recent version that I heard of this, because for years there was, like, an alpha version or whatever of this song that already sounded great, but then they went back and they, like, finished it, and it sounds even better. So I think this is the same as the quote-unquote final version that I heard before. It's maybe ever so slightly different the way that that saxophone sounds. But it's great, yeah. What a peak soundtrack. Oh, it was repurposed for the tutorial, that makes sense. It did sound familiar. It's the closest we have to eating. Yeah, why is that not... Like, does Windows have an eating emoji? Like, I don't remember. Wait, it doesn't! What? Why? Like, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, why is there not an emoji for eating? There's an emoji for, like, cartwheeling. But not, like, the thing we all need to do to live? Like, okay. No one ever thought to add that, I guess. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. Amazing how it works. Thanks. Oh, it's insane, alright. Yeah, I'm making progress with it, but it's just the kind of thing where it's like... I've said it before, but like, it's going to take a long time before you see like very visual results, right? Because most of this is just going to be code. Before we, like at the beginning here. I think the way to think about it is that it's like, imagine that you're trying to build a puzzle that has like 10,000 pieces, right? At first, it's gonna take a while to figure out where each piece goes because there's 10,000 possibilities for each piece, you know what I mean? And it doesn't look like much at first either because you don't really see the full image yet at all, right? But once you start filling in the pieces, it starts to become more like, oh, okay, I see where it's going now, and then it gets easier, right? So it's kind of like that, like reverse engineering. At first, there's a lot of slow, just like, what is this piece? I don't know. But then once you get it, it's like, oh, and then you can just port over like entire player states, and it's not hard. I think they removed it because Dragon Valley is the same since the 2017 demo. Yeah, it sounds the same as the version that I remember being... Remember they said it was the final, so I assume it's still unchanged. Yeah, it has, like, I honestly just, like, at some point just kind of stopped thinking about the game. Like, I was just kind of like, oh, I guess it'll be out someday. And then it was released, and honestly, I don't remember the release being... I don't remember hearing about it when it happened. I remember, like, afterwards someone told me on stream, like, it's out. And then I was like, oh, and then, yeah, then what you told me and everything. So I've been meaning to play it. It's sitting right there, ready to play. I want to do it on stream is the thing. Okay, wait, so this is, when you enter the, laser wisp, right? It for some reason does a ray cast. Also, we gotta figure out what these flags mean. It's like a type of collision that it's checking for, right? But I don't know what type. Tell you what, I'm gonna load up the game. We're gonna check what this value is. Let me check this real fast to figure out how this works. 2EF8 and 2EFC. So here we go, here's one of them. It's R28, that's C physics, plus this offset, which is how we get that foot. So if I were to just like... I mean, any of these will be fine, right? No. Remind me later. I'll do the stream. And I hope this is muted. Yeah. I will put a breakpoint here, and when we hit that, we'll see what the value is. So my controller is plugged in, but for some reason it's not on. There we go. There wasn't much buzzer on the release, unfortunately. Yeah, it's sad. They waited so long. Oops. I hope at least that it like has been selling well. Alright. I'm guessing the collision is the trigger? Yeah, maybe they're checking for like a trigger or something. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, it's not pausing yet. Oh, this is kind of interesting. I almost just dropped my controller like an idiot. But I didn't, thankfully. Okay, so this entire function, right, is called by CPostureCommon. Under this condition. Actually, not really under any condition, it's just kind of called. Oh, but they check this, like, bool, basically, which I don't know what that is either, right? And if it is false, then they just return immediately. Otherwise, they do all this stuff. So it needs to be true for all this stuff to execute, and I guess it just isn't. So it's probably... Do you think it's something like in air? Maybe it's like is grounded or whatever. I don't know. No? Okay. Also, I love how the game just lags like this when I have so many programs open. It's just terrible. Okay, so I don't know how to make this breakpoint trigger then, because I don't know what that bool is. Maybe if I like hit a wall? No? Isn't it great when like I spend all this time trying to figure out what this code does, and then it's like code that doesn't even run most of the frickin' time? You know what I mean? Like what, like this everything that I'm doing in this game so far is not executing this code. So it's like, maybe this isn't that important right now. It's not even, like, what about 2D? It's not even used in 2D. What about homing attacks? No? Okay, could it be like underwater? I don't know. I can't think of anything else. Yeah, you're actually probably right about that, Eminem. What the frick am I doing? There we go. Do I still have that on? I do, in fact. Okay, but I have to restart the game, but I'll do that, like, before I start another one. You know what I mean. So here's, like, underwater, right? Nope. Alright. Sometimes happens with Sonic-inspired games, I don't know why. We talked a lot about Spark 3, but I don't see anyone speaking of it now. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Wait, you can disable it now? Wait, that doesn't make sense. I don't think, did that have an effect? You have to restart it, right? It just didn't have the warning anymore when it was paused for some reason. Is for boosting above the water? I mean, yeah, it could be. We get to like a point where I can do that, I guess. Takana, what's the best level for that? Guess you do it in 6, right? Yeah, I'll restart it in a bit. Because it's like it's related to the physics, right? So something. Oh, it could also be like anti-gravity or something, I guess. But again, like let's check the code again real fast. It's like if this spool is true, right? Then it does something, and it does a ray cast. It does something with the collision as well. So what would involve a ray cast that only happens under a certain condition in the common player state that we haven't already triggered? Like, I don't know. This is not, what am I doing? Sorry, I don't, like I don't have drill. I should have grabbed that. But yeah, it could be like boosting above water because that would be a physics related thing, right? Well, maybe not. I don't know. It's really more like collision. Because they're kind of just saying like, hey, this collision that normally doesn't apply, like it does apply now, right? So it could be. Alright, here, let's grab some more. And let's try this. I like how that works better in colors than it does in... No, doggone it! Screw me. I meant to run on the water, but it doesn't work here, right? Yeah. Alright, we doggone it. Alright, let's try that one more time, but let's take the drill list this time. The like elevator music is quite fitting for me just absolutely being an idiot. There we go. Tracked 1 instead. That might have been better. Oh yeah, that would have been better. I'm being dumb. You're right. I forgot there's like a water run section like right there. I'm already almost here now. Okay, just don't, don't end up there. No, nope. Okay, it's out of control on that dash pad. Alright, we'll try Act 1. It's not like skydiving stuff either. I mean, doesn't make sense that it would be. Ah, yes. Well, I don't like... think it even is any of that. We'll see. Put the breakpoint down again. Just a lot of real time, real debugging here. Alright. Ooh. What a lovely frame rate. That's definitely not 30 FPS. Like, jeez. Why is it like a freaking PowerPoint presentation? Like, like I don't have that much running. Like, what the frick is actually using up? It's mainly just Dolphin. Alright, buddy. Okay, for some reason, Dolphin's using up like only like 0.2% of the GPU. It should be using more than that, I think. Finally comes PowerPoint edition. Yeah, like what the frick? It's like some of the worst performance I've ever had. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, it's not the water running apparently. Oh, could it be like wall jumping? I can't do it on that wall. I don't remember if I already did it without thinking about it. Yeah, I did. Okay. No idea what that is. Okay, let's try, at least make sure of this, right? Did I copy that correctly? Apparently not. Okay, so at least this should be hit. Yes. Yeah, that's being hit every frame. So like... So it's this Boolean, right? This is never being set. So let's try, that was kind of fitting for the world map for Cram Park, not gonna lie. Is it Act 2? There's like an anti-gravity section at the end. Oh, it probably would have been better to use like Act 4 or whatever because it's shorter. The one that's like 30 seconds long, but it's all 2D. You know the one. Whatever, though, this is a fun level. I wonder if it's just anti-gravity, like... Let's have the, you know, that one infamous slope? Let's have it actually work, right? It's 30 FPS. Oh, it's still awkward, but... Jeez. You know, it's good when the actual Wii gets, like, better performance. I don't even understand why Dolphin is so slow on my PC sometimes, man. I've probably got some settings set that are just terrible, but... I've had times where it's like great too, so it's really bizarre. I think it's just that I'm streaming and there's like a lot of CPU and GPU usage. Okay, so no, it's not even anti-gravity. So I truthfully like don't know what this flag is for. The quick step movement or drift movement? Probably not, because it's like only used on the posture, common posture, which is like not related to that, but I mean it's worth a shot with the quick step because there's like that one level. Is it freaking, is it Act 4? Yeah, I'm misremembering my acts for some reason, but let's try this. Nah. Guess it could be drift, but it's like checking for a raycast, right? So I'm not sure we'll be doing that. Or Starlight Carnival. I think I'm not sure what would be. I'm trying to think if there's anything Starlight Carnival that messes with the physics too much. Might be. Maybe most simulators are more CPU bound than GPU bound since most work is being. Yeah. That's been my experience too. So I think it's just that my CPU is old and I'm trying to run 50 billion programs at once. They're inverting the gravity? It definitely does that in Asteroid Coaster, but I don't know about Starlight Carnival, but... Also, is the music too loud? Sorry, I'm just realizing it might be. I'm gonna, like, eat some more while I try that, so I'm gonna mute the mic for a bit. Food is all gone. How'd you like some one-handed Starlight Carnival gameplay? That was all one hand. Because I was using the other hand to eat. Anyway, yeah, there's no I don't see anything that triggers it. At that point in the 2D section where you slide, I was like, oh, maybe it's the slide. Because that would actually make sense, right? But it's not the slide. So I really don't know. But it seems like it honestly doesn't matter that much, because this code is apparently just like never running. Like I don't know where they even use this. It's used somewhere in the freaking game, I guess. It could be like multiplayer, maybe? Like it actually could be something in the multiplayer mode. I don't know. So I should probably try that. Also, maybe, I don't know, let's just get to the goal just because just rule out any possible thing that it could be, right? Yeah, it's like, you know, maybe it's something with the, you know, like numbers on the results screen. I don't know. Doesn't look like it. No more food. Yeah, the food is all gone. It's a famine. Slide? Yeah, I thought maybe it was related to that, but it seems like it's not. I mean, unless it's only in 3D, I guess, but this code should run in both 3D and 2D. I think. I mean, maybe I should rule that out. Start with one player first, and then 1.5? Because I think with one player, yeah, the other one's still here. So there's like a button that you press to... That's it. So I've had, like, people explain to me what the difference is between the multiplayer modes, like, many times, and I still just can never remember. I think one player is that, like, you can switch between, like, player 1 Sonic and player 2 Sonic, right? And 1.5 is you can't do that. And then 2 player is just, there's 2 players. So it's very weird, but I definitely want to make this so that you can play this in split screen, because that would just fix the whole thing. Like, alright, let's try 1.5 just to rule it out. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what this there's this like true or false value right here, and when it's true, they run all this extra code. Where they do this, like, it's like a ray cast. Basically, they, like, check, they shoot out a ray, and they check if it collides with anything. So they do all this stuff if this thing is true, right? If it's false, they don't do any of that. So I put, like, a breakpoint down so that it should pause the game when this is true. So I can see what it does. But I've been trying everything, and it's never true. So I don't know what this is for, because it seems to never be true at any point. So I'm just trying to figure out what it could mean. I'll try 1.5 players. Maybe it's related to that. You can't switch in 1.5 player mode, I guess. Whoops. Alright, it's not related to death either. Can you... Yeah, I always wondered. There is an invisible wall there. Cool. Yeah, so you can't switch when you hit the switch button in 1.5. So what's the point? What's the point of this? Like, genuine... I don't remember. It was explained to me before, but... Try to get hit. Yeah, I had it until then. But you're right, that was a good thing to check. Because it could be related to getting hit, actually. Like, maybe I should get hit by this. Yeah, okay. Hit me. Dang, just straight punch to the face. Oh, could it be, like, falling? Like, hang on, like... You know, in the classic Sonic games, we used to have ledge balancing animations. That's kind of weird that they don't have that in the modern games, isn't it? Like, why'd they get rid of that? Look how awkward it looks. It's just a ray cast. Like, that's all you have to do. It looks really weird without it. He's just floating. Anyway. I'm not a classic, like, Sonic, like, purist or whatever by any means. But I just think that that was something that made sense. Alright, well... I would have guessed the raycast would have something to do with the laser wisp. Oh no, raycast is like a... It's like a common game dev thing. It's just like... shooting... the way to think about it is that you're shooting an invisible ray out from some point in the world in some direction, right? And you go for a certain distance, and then you check, hey, did the ray hit anything? along along the way. If it did, then you can do something with that information. You can like figure out what it hits, and then you can get some properties of that. But if it didn't, then you know that it didn't hit anything, right? So it's used for like for example, like when Sonic falls, right? There's like a ray cast happening from Sonic's center or whatever down a certain distance, and when that ray hits ground, then it knows that like, oh, Sonic's hit the ground, stop falling, right? It's used for stuff like that, and it can also figure out like what angle the ground is at when it hits it, so it can use that for like slope movement. It's used for a lot of stuff like that, but it actually also is used in the Laser Wisp apparently. So you're not wrong. They do actually shoot out a ray when you go into the Laser Wisp. For some reason, I don't know what they're checking for. Could be? Did I not hit a grind rail? I think I did in Tropical Resort actually, but it's worth a shot. I'll try that, and then if that still isn't it, then I think I'll just give up on this for now, because this code is not, like, hardly used by anything, you know? So I should probably just spend my time now working on code that is triggered. Wait, this isn't the level I meant to load. Sorry. I don't know why I'm forgetting all of my, like, clothes levels all of a sudden. I don't know. I don't see anything with the rails. Let's hit it at this weird angle and see what happens. Camera? Okay. Oh, let's get hit. Nah. I don't know. I'm just gonna be like, whatever, I don't know what that does. It's never true, so... Yeah, it might be, Tez. That's what I'm starting to think. It's either, like, not triggered in game, or it's only triggered rarely. So something like... So, I'm gonna comment all that out for now. Make sure it's still built. And we'll go back to this function. Maybe a test stage that has every mechanic in the game would be helpful here. Yeah, there is like the test stage in colors. I mean, I did like load it up in the Wii version once. It might help, but I'm honestly not sure. It's honestly the type of thing that, like, if it never gets triggered in normal gameplay, then, like, does it even matter? That's kind of what I'm starting to feel like. It's only if it does get triggered, but, like, rarely, that it matters. I don't need functions that are only used in very specific spots, and when I go back to check later, I completely forgot what it's for. Yeah, that's real. Like, that's... Sonic Team definitely has done that before, too. Like, like, unironically. There's, like, stuff left over in colors, even, that's, like, not used. And Lost World. Like, it's in the code still, but they never call it. Well, like, one example of that, I talked about this before, but... they have all these voice clips that are supposed to play when you defeat the bosses in the game. And they're in the game files, but they never play them, right? But there is one area in the code where there's a function where they actually do play them for the both of the Ferris wheel bosses. They have one that plays the Tropical Resort line and one that plays the Planet Wisp line. But that code never runs. It's left in the game, but they never call it. It's I never gave it a name, but it's this one. Yeah, this function right here. They play this voice line called Bosso1 EOOSN, right? And this is the line. This is the line where Sonic comments on the boss that he just defeated. But this code never runs. I tried everything and I looked for every piece of code that could possibly call it. There's nothing that calls this. The only reason it's left in the final game instead of being removed, because like the compiler removes functions that you don't use at all, right? So the only reason the compiler didn't remove it is because it's part of the virtual function table. So it could be used, but it isn't. So the compiler doesn't know if it's safe to remove it or not, so it just left it there. But it never gets run. But yeah, before like Project Rainbow, I restored this function. And that's how we got the boss lines back for... Yeah, for that boss at least. For the other bosses I had to write custom code for it, because there isn't any function left over. Do you wonder why they didn't use those? Especially if they already have the code? Yeah, it must be one of those things where they like wrote this code in and then they tried it and they just didn't like it, you know? Like for whatever reason, maybe like the playtesters told them, Sonic talks too much! Or something. I don't know, like it must have been something where they changed their minds. Because why else would you write code and then disable it later, right? Oh, because I found the spot where it's supposed to run this code too. But they removed the line that does it, so it's probably like they commented it out. I don't remember where it is now. It's been a few weeks since I looked at that. But it's one of the, was C-State dead? Yeah, it's hard to explain where it's at, but it's in here. So they have this variable called current sequence, or that's what I called it anyway. And it just keeps track of what, like they have these different sequences that the boss goes through when it dies. So like the first sequence, it has like a certain animation it plays while it's like blowing up and these rings are spawning. And then there's like a sequence later where it, yeah, the second one, it sends a message to, no, sorry, in the second sequence, it's just gone for a while and it has a timer that ticks up while it does something, I don't remember what. And then it sends a message to the game that says, fade to the goal ring now. So that's what that's about. But anyway, there's a spot like right, I think it's right here. When they change to this sequence, that's when that line's supposed to play. Like there should be a line of code right around here that calls the other function. So I assume there is a line of code there and they commented it out because they decided, nah, Sonic shouldn't talk. I think that's what happened. So anyway, I put the code here in Project Rainbow. I just injected into that spot, basically. And then for the later bosses, like the Sweet Mountain boss, for example, there's no code left over that plays the lines, and there's also not seemingly a spot in the state where it should play. So I think by that point they already decided no on the lines. That's my theory anyway. So that one was significantly harder to get that to work because we had to find a good timing where we could play the line without it messing up like the amount of time it takes to beat the level, right? Because if you extend the timer to make room for Sonic to say his line, then it flows better, but then, you know, it's not possible to get a lower time anymore, right? Due to arbitrary reasons. And so it really stinks to like mess up people's records or whatever because of that, you know? So we didn't want to mess with the timer. That would have been easy to do and that would have worked, but we didn't want that. So instead it was like, how can we keep the timer exactly the same while also making the line work? And it was hard to find a good timing for it, but I think the spot we found was good. feel like it was finalized it'd be a text box or something. Yeah, I think so too. Because there's not really a... Like, Forces has that, like, caption thing where you can put, like, text on the bottom of the screen while a character's saying something. Lost World... Sorry, Colors doesn't really have that. It has, like, the hint text, but that's the only thing I can think of that's kind of similar to that. So, yeah, so... I feel like the feedback was probably something like... Playtesters were like, what is Sonic saying? I couldn't make out what he said. And they were just like, it's not worth it. It's probably something like that happened. But I don't know, I'm purely guessing. Or because it didn't work well for the Sweet Mountain one. Yeah, I feel like it's something that they found didn't work as well for the other bosses. Can you imagine if we asked Morio Kishimoto we got a response? Oh, hey, Radfordhound! Oh, yeah! Yeah, also, by the way, that function in CPostureCommon that you're trying to crack is called this. Later! That'd be great. Generations also had a text box, I believe, even with the character names. Yeah, I think so. It's kind of stupid because, like, Generations is like one of the most modded Sonic games, but I haven't played Gens in a while, so I don't remember. I think you're right. Have we checked the Yellow Spring stages? No. I mean, I don't think it's that, but that's definitely worth a shot. It's not Act 2, is it? No. Frick, what? I think Act 3 has it. Yeah, this is the one with that cool animation that looks awesome that they completely broke in Colors Ultimate. Okay, let's try the pulley. No. See if like catching up to it makes a difference. Nah. Maybe it's crazy loop splines, it's not. Let's try that. Nah. I mean, it could be like very specific loop splines, like maybe there's some property, I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it, if it's used at all, it's so rare that not having it doesn't seem to be something that'll break it too bad, but like, I don't know. Maybe someday what we'll have to do is like play through the entire game, like Egg Shuttle or whatever, with this on, and just see if it ever pauses. But not today. I'm assuming it'd be a pain since you'd have to find and or make a function to do that, but couldn't you just stop the timer the moment the boss is defeated? Yeah, I don't think there's a way to just stop the timer in Colors without also ending the stage. There might be, I don't remember. I don't think they ever do that, but maybe? Because they have like, yo, nice remix by the way. They have like, oh, I'm on the wrong, sorry. I was like, where is it? Because they have like a message called message goal that they send. And when the game receives that message, it starts fading to the goal ring and it stops the timer. So there must be a function that does that. So maybe I could call that, but I don't know. It seems like it would be kind of a pain. But yeah, but maybe that is a better way to do it later. I mean, the mod's not out yet, so we still have time to like change our minds on it if we do find something like that. But yeah, but I mean, you're right, that would be better. If that's not like a huge nightmare to do that. I mean, I'll have to look into it. Yeah, I assume the raycast is attached to Sonic, but I don't know what it does. In any case, I'm just gonna work on something else now, because I think it's like this function, I don't know what it checks for, right? But all that it's doing is, it's, you know, checking some boolean, right? If that boolean is set to, like, false, that just returns false immediately. Otherwise, if it's true, right, then it does all this stuff where it does a ray cast, and then it does something else with the collision, but it's never true. So, basically this function, it's like it doesn't even exist. I don't know what it does. So I guess I'll just try to implement something else. This is 4, 6, CP8. Okay, so this is here. So all of this stuff is stuff that I've not implemented at all yet. So let's maybe look into that. This is a physics function. I don't know what it does. It's called in a few places, so that's helpful. If this flag is set, if this one flag is set or this other flag is... Sorry, if this flag is not set and this other flag is also not set, then they return the rotation. Otherwise, they return a rotation that's created from the from these three vectors, where the second one is upter. I don't know what's up with that. But it looks like this basically just gets the rotation, right? So let's see if there's like an equivalent to that in Lost World? No, lucky guess. There's set rotation. There's get history rotation, that's not what I'm looking for. Could be gravity up direction maybe? I don't think so. Well, actually, it could be. Controller... the frick is this? Oh, this is part of the... Oh. Okay, I don't know why the decompilation is so bad. I think it's because I never filled in... Yeah, I never filled in that function, so I don't know. Okay, rotation for move collision, that's... There we go. That's the same thing, isn't it? If is on ground, yo! Then if that's the... If we are on the ground, then we return a rotation between, like, with these parameters, which is the same thing as this. If we're not on the ground, then we just return the rotation instead, which is what this does. So the clause is inverted, but that's because what they actually wrote is, like, if not is on ground or something? If we check this, it's going to be 2. Oh, they changed that in Lost World. So this might be, like, is grounded? And maybe they removed this in Lost World, this flag. I don't know what it represents. But anyway, this is definitely that. So if we look at what calls this, it's a few things. What is this? It's an undefined function, oh no. Love this broken extension, it's so great. I have to fix this every time. Like, I should really probably just use like IDA for this. It's like, I'm not a fan of IDA, but this is crazy broken sometimes. Update move holding on ground, okay. And that's also part of this. So I guess this is similar to... Hey HDR, how you doing? Oh, it's in the time meter boss. Oh, you're right. The timer is set up for Corey, for example, is that by default the stage timer is disabled, but after the title card loads, it has to enable it from there, clock whenever needed, like for mid-level cutscenes. Yeah, no, that's great. That's a good implementation of that. I honestly don't know how Sonic Team does it. I haven't looked into it. I'm sure they must have like a a flag to pause it, like they definitely do in the later games, because they actually use that in like Forces and Frontiers, I think, don't they? Actually, I don't know about Frontiers, but I seem to remember Forces like the timer pausing sometimes. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But in Colors, I don't know. I have to look into it. In any case, they call this get rotation for move collision, and they store the result into this quaternion right here. So, okay, then that's turned into like a matrix, which is probably what this is. So I knew this was I know that this is a constructor for something, but I never figured out what it was a constructor for. So it takes a position, a rotation, what I assume. Well, I mean, you might think it's a scale, but I don't know, because then there's also an up direction. And then there's a float. So this is what it takes. I don't know how how do I know that that's position and rotation? Did I just assume that? Because the rotation, hang on. Sorry, I got a text. Okay. Okay, so this is what's returned, where is it set? Here we go. From 200, which is position. Oh, okay, yeah, so it is the position. So the position is here, and then this I determined was the rotation, which it looks like I was correct about that. This I don't know. I don't know if this sets it. This sets it to something, 2B0. As does this. It starts as velocity, so I think it's probably just like modified velocity. And this is updir. So the end result of this is that we get this thing. It's 56 bytes in size. I don't know if that's the correct size. Because let's see, it's like size of well, it's 3 vector 3s plus 1 quaternion plus 1 float. So yeah, that does look like the size. So it does. It's like this is a struct, but I don't know what the struct is called. Forces, I think, pause it because of the double booster QTEs. Oh yeah, it definitely like slows down time at least. So it has to do something with the timer for that. Sorry, hang on. Alright, so there's 2 collision functions here, and this one takes delta time, this one takes whatever this is. Okay, so this is probably a nice clue for what that function is, because oh yeah, it just takes this, whatever they constructed before, copies this into position, so we know that's what that is for sure, copies this into velocity, so we know that's what that probably is. And then if we can figure out what this is, then we can also figure out what this is and see collisions. That's helpful. And then this is rotation, so I mean we can probably just set that now. So that's helpful to figure out what that is. But we can probably find that function in Lost World then, if it's a thing. So 1c is this, which I think I determined was velocity. And then 2.8 is up. This is the up direction. I think. Like, it's all a guess, but that makes sense. Kinda. So... oh boy. S check on ground packet. That's very fascinating. It could also be a ground info, maybe? Like, what's the type? Where's that at? No. That's not how I thought it was. Hey Beats, how you doing? They really just copied the same object multiple times instead of adding parameters to one that can support the features they wanted? Like airwall no ID, some have 3 variants. Nichols pillar, CA, Nichols pillar, no ID. Oh, that's a huge pain. You know, in colors they had like a lot of different objects that are the same thing, but they just have a different name. Like, if I remember correctly, the like air spring is just, it uses the same code as the spring, like exactly the same code. But it has a different name, and the only difference is that when it initializes it, like, uses a different model. So it like makes sense, but it's kind of like, why didn't you just have a spring with a parameter on it? It's like, I don't know. I guess they wanted to be able to like change it later? But yeah, you're right. In Frontiers, they made it a param. Which makes more sense. Like, honestly. So I really don't know. Not sure what this is. It basically just takes one... This is a cool song, by the way. Basically just takes one parameter, like, mainly. So I'm not sure if it's used in... It's used here, which is called by calculate, in CPosture reference, but that's not used in Oscar. I think that's like a... Oh, it is. Isn't this like a debug thing? I thought it was like a debug thing. Okay, there's like a set velocity. There's actually several of those. Okay. Get position? Yeah, only one of those. Okay. Okay. Get position, set velocity. What's this? Well, yo, look at that. Sick, dude. Yeah, it's like I think it's like a debug thing that got left over in both Colors and Lost World for some reason. Oh wait, this doesn't make sense though, because there's only one parameter here, but here there's like a ton. Oh wait, yes it does. Oh, I see what they did. Oh. Okay, so I think what it is that in Colors there's a struct. Maybe I'm wrong. I think in Colors maybe there's like a struct that they create. I think this is all part of that struct. Yo, this is cool. Okay, it didn't respect me when I asked it to do that, but I think all these params are part of one struct in Colors, and then in Lost World they made it. They got rid of the struct and they just passed them all in as params. I might have to turn the... How's the volume on that? How's Colors and Lost World in that? Oh, it's not as messy as Frontiers. You mean the air spring? Or, like, just how often does it have that problem you're talking about in general? Hang on, sir. Just something like the nicest text I've ever received in my life. I'm like, bro, thanks? I'm kind of like, I don't know how to respond to this right now. That's really nice. Holy frick. Oh, see, sweet move. This could be what it is. Maybe. Oh no, this looks different. Put that in the wrong spot. Alright. There's not that many duplicate objects with like barely a difference, I mean. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely some. Death knows more about it than me, honestly, because he's been looking at colors objects a lot recently. But I've been hearing there's apparently some like that. I think it's worse in colors than it is in Lost World, but I don't remember. Okay, so this is definitely not that, but it's interesting how I mean, I don't know though. Like that thing where the music sounds like it's falling apart. That they just did. It's kind of fun. Set landing angle, okay. General Serpentine's theme, My Beloved. It's pretty good. Yo, what the frick is this? Feels like it's a little inspired by Mania, not gonna lie. This song. Was it Titanic Monarch Zone or whatever? The last one? You could do a sick mashup, actually. Maybe I'm wrong about this, because this looks pretty different. Whoops, I didn't mean to move it. It's just that the layout of these two is so similar. Because we even have like a rotation from up, right? So like it has to be this. Let's tell the Brams too. Stack V8 plus Ivar. Yeah, so local 120. Yep, here we go. That has to be what it is. That's part of this. I mean, there's only one overload for this. I'm gonna say it's something like this. Sweet move thing. And then size of it is big. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back again. This one's cool too. Some rotation. Oops. So you don't want to hear that when we're talking about like tornadoes, you know? No, we've got some rotation in the area? That's not good. You don't want to hear that. So I'm gonna do this. Oh, that's right. It doesn't work. Here it is, new class. Rename that to Sweet Move Thing. That's obviously not the name, but we can change it if need be. I feel like that was definitely inspired by like the Titanic Monarch. Or whatever the fricking zone is called. Yeah. There we go. And this is a float. Oops. So if we go back, they don't do anything with the float, it seems like. But I bet that other function does. Hey, Liz, how you doing? Have you heard about the, sorry, it's cut off. Rio 2016 arcade version? Yes. Do we have... I'm trying to remember. Beth looked into it. like a little while ago, actually. I think I actually have... Let me check. I have so many stupid projects that I do that never go anywhere that I don't remember. Yeah, I have the files to it. I don't remember exactly how I got these, but they're dated 2019. No, that can't be right. It was 2022. Yeah. I said a few months ago. It was actually 2 years ago. My bad. I don't remember what prompted it, but yeah. Funnily enough, it is literally like set up like a Windows program because I guess the machines run some version of basically Windows. Or but like, I guess I can show this. I don't know if it matters. Just don't fricking tell Sega, okay? Don't tell John Sega. He'll be pissed off. There's like a... This is like the batch file that starts it. And there's like all these Japanese comments left in it that I haven't translated. They run a program called setresolution.exe, and these are the arguments they start it with. Yeah, apparently arcade games are just like... They very much usually just make them, you know, for that one machine. And they don't, you know, it's not designed to work on anything else. Which makes sense. But, yeah, I don't think we got it to, like, run or whatever. But we looked at the files because we were curious. They have, Oh yeah, you mentioned that, yeah, it runs on Windows. They have the, like, the thing that intrigued us about it was that they have these pack files. Let me try to find them. Yeah, I don't think it matters. If it does, well, frick. But these are like, it's like some of the data from it. I don't know what's in this. Version 9.380 apparently. But like, they have all these files, and if you actually look at them right, like... Oh, did we extract this somehow? No, I think it's just like this. For some reason, right, it's using something that isn't like traditional like Hedgehog engine stuff. It's like I don't know, like the model format is like .mot, I guess. Oh no, that's I'm being dumb. It's .bin, and then .mod is motion. It's like animations, but I think this is like a custom thing. Here's index. Yeah, it's like VM62, and we never cracked this because it just wasn't worth the time, honestly. They have these TXT files that just like list out like this. I don't know, it's a mess. I don't get why they set up the Oh, these names are just like the like Wii U version. So that's kind of fascinating. I think there were pack files, like there were .pack files somewhere. Because we were intrigued, we were like, what is the pack file? But we couldn't, am I mixing it up with... I might be mixing it up with the, Tokyo 2020. I don't remember, there was some arcade game we looked at that had pack files, and we were like, huh. And so we got a pack file to look at, and it turns out it has the extension .pack, but it's not a .pack file, like the ones that we're used to. It's like a different format entirely that has the same extension, just to screw us over. So, you know, that was cool. Thanks, John Sega. I believe all modern Sega arcades are Windows-based. Yeah, that sounds... It's probably right. I was scrolling TSRF and I found that version. Interesting enough, yeah, it works on Windows. Apparently, I don't think we got it to run, though. Yo, hey, Seals, what's going on? It's almost 2 hours, I think, actually. But yeah, hey, thanks for stopping by. It's a specific PC with some cryptography and USB and cards so you're able to connect with Sega servers and play the games. Yeah, that sounds right. They want to see how much money you are doing in the arcade to pay them properly. Yeah, it's fair. There's probably a way to get it to run like on Windows, but I mean, that'd be cool. There's just so many other things I'm like, I need to be doing, you know what I mean? But it'd be cool to like, get that working someday too. Is that used again? Apparently not. Oh, it's verse 7. Nah. I don't know what this is. I think it's like... It looks like move for sweet move, but I don't know. Let's look at the second one, maybe. That's also called by this. That's what they said not to, okay. What else calls it? There's a YouTuber who managed to get their hands on one of those? Bring his studios. Oh, cool. Yeah, there wasn't much footage of it on YouTube at the time. Oh wait, this looks more like move for sweet move. Except now, because it's... Never mind, I don't know what I was thinking. So it's also used by this other CPostureCommon function. And it's used by whatever this is. The grind side jump, okay. Well, that's not a thing in Lost World anymore, they got rid of that. I like how it's calculated for 3D common, that's... Maybe I got that name wrong. Ah yes, the City Hall. We're gonna pass some laws together. When you're searching for Sega Arcade PC, it'll appear first. You mean just to get around like awful YouTube search now? No, yo, that's a cool remix. Searching for that, it was the first and second video that appeared. Amazing. Yo, there it is. I love that we have to like do tricks like that to get past just the complete non-functional state of the internet. It's amazing how the Reddit trick still works too. You guys know that one, right? if you like put Reddit at the end of your search results, then you get actually usable results. But if you don't, then you don't get anything. It's terrible. You just get AI generated articles and nonsense. Apparently he managed to crack it. I have to check it out. Yeah, that's really cool that he got it to work. Have to save that to use later. Yeah, it's just like if you want like human results. It's like you just add Reddit and then you get a bunch of Reddit posts, and somehow they're written by humans. I don't know. Why was I searching for it like this? Can I get like the AVGN to like criticize like what I'm doing? Like, what was he thinking? Can I get him to react like in real time? I'm completely freaking lost. Why did I... Oh, I'm in the... Yeah. Never mind me. Okay, right, what I was looking for was this, but they don't call that. Did they really? No, like they couldn't have changed skydiving that much, right? Because I feel like it's mostly the same between Colors and Lost World. So like, what did they change? This is so bad, this decompilation. What was he thinking? Porting a game to a game? Yeah, I can't do an impression of AVGN, especially not when my voice is like sore. This is almost as much of a mess as, I don't know. Fill in the blanks, alright? Make your own video. Alright, well, it looks like it is pretty different because they don't use anything. Oh, this one's cool too. Is this also diving? Yeah, alright. Whoops, how did I do that? Donic the Hedgehog. I'm Blonic. I'm my own original character. Alright, I do like miss the old internet sometimes. Like, I don't know. There's things that are definitely better now. There's also stuff that's just like, man. Yeah, this one sounds pretty cool. Oh yeah, it does just straight up pass that in. Yeah, I like this one. It has to be all related to that, like... I mean, this might not be a float. I don't remember if... No, it's a float. Okay. This one's great. I mean, okay, so this is used in the CPostureCommon, and it's used in the CPosture diving, which is like skydiving. It's also used in the grind side jump, which is not in Lost World. So any way you slice it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But I think this one's probably important. I get the feeling that it's actually used. I hope that I don't have to re-implement this. Like, I really hope this is something in Lost World that I figure out. Wait, let's just check if there's anything like... Oh, okay. In that case. I don't see anything that didn't decompile correctly, so that's okay, but maybe that function got inlined? Major cope, right? But like... it's worth a shot, right? There was a function somewhere that, like, I thought... maybe there wasn't. Draw diving area. We got like Scribblenauts sound. This would play in Scribblenauts. Like unironically. It's another game with a great OST. Like the DS one. Oh. Alright, so... does this, like, return something? Well, the end result, right, is that after this, we do this. Yo, sick. Does C-Collision not have that? Oh, it has it. Cool. That was a good one. Oh, I already did this. Why would I do this instead of, like... So I usually do const auto. Oh my gosh, I found these in Plus for PC, really? Is it loading? This is an update move. So what's going on here? Did I actually put some stuff in there by accident? Oh. Oops. Did it inline it? Where's this at? I'm trying to find this. I hear there's good position, good velocity. Oh yeah, here it is. And then after that is this function. That should be it. I think it's a pointer though that returns. Yeah. So good position, good velocity, good rotation, and then it does something with the rotation. Is right on movable, yeah. Alright. I just wanted this, dress. Did it bug out, or is that just in my end? There's no, okay, cool. Let's stop this, by the way. This can't be good for my poor CPU. Oh no. There was an error of some kind. Let's read some C++ compiler errors, everybody! Woohoo! Oh. Everyone always is like, oh, the compiler errors are so hard to read. They're not really. Alright. So, okay, so once we have that, there's still this function that we call, I don't know what that does. This is called every time though, so we need to do something about, oh, this doesn't look complicated. Wait, didn't I already implement this? Oh, it's right there. Oh, my bad, we're already done with that. Yeah. I think every time I've encountered this function, I've said the same thing. Oh, it doesn't look complicated. Like, that's kind of funny to me for some reason. Let's rename that. Oh, that's never used again. Okay. Okay, this is all gonna be a pain. Jeez, alright. Well, but this part at least should work now. So I don't know what those function calls do up here. It updates the collision in some way, I think. There is like an update, right? Update rate cast keep position. I'm really not sure. Yeah, this one's kind of crazy. That's pretty cool. So this might be what's responsible for making Sonic actually collide? Maybe? Like, I wonder what would happen if you, like... Let me just check these real fast. These return? No, I don't think any of them do. So if you, like, remove these function calls, right, what would happen? Oh, you know what else I should probably do? Once this stops, finally. Should probably turn the resolution down. Just to keep my poor, like, CPU from dying. Like, I don't know, you'd think that would just be GPU related, but I feel like it's also going to have an effect on the CPU. I don't know. It's funny that it has to compile shaders again. I don't know why. Ah, yes. Okay, so what I want to do is, yeah, just no-op that. And also this. I think you can just do that and it's not a problem. We'll find out. If the game crashes, then, you know, we'll know. Ooh, high resolution. It does run faster. Oh, I can't move. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Yeah, alright, well. Oh, is he not... Does he not have a mouth? I thought he did. Okay, so when you disable those functions, he just doesn't freaking move at all. Taz, I don't remember. It was so long ago that I just don't remember. It was probably a reference to, you know, something. Can I restore this? Yeah, restore. So if I restore just this one, what happens? It still doesn't... Oh, his mouth is back. Wait, was that just because of that animation? Or is his mouth just like... It still doesn't move, right? He's technically moves, just doesn't get to the same place. Nice. Oh, it's the marathon save file? You're probably right. Oh no, his mouth still isn't there, it's just that animation. Okay, so let's restore this one. And see if he can move now. Yeah, he can move now. Great. So then if I remove this one again, he should be able to move still. Oh no, he can't. Oh, he's a little bugged out, huh? Okay, so this does something like it just basically updates the collision, like position or something. Because if you remove it, then he can no longer move. So it's pretty important. You need both of them too. For whatever reason. You have both of them though. And yeah, everything works. Is it just me? I know this is really weird, right? But I used to play this game like on like an old TV, like 4x3 television, right? On the actual Wii. And so like unironically, something about it being in the native resolution, it's like weirdly nostalgic to me. I don't know. I know it looks like crap. By all modern standards, like genuinely looks terrible. But there's just something about the like pixely grind roll sparks and whatever that I'm just kind of like, oh man. I remember being a kid. It was fun. This like blew my mind how good this game looked. Yeah. So it's pretty funny. Like I just think it looks so nice for in some weird way, even though it looks terrible. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's hard to explain. Anyway, so that updates the like collision position. So these two functions are what I was removing. So it's like a sweet move thing, but it's not really even bad, is it? Let's see. What's a function name that looks like it could be that? I mean, update, raycast keeper position, set position, set rotation. Interesting. Update surface info from raycast. Okay. Sweep capsule. Like, what does sweep capsule do, right? Like, that's something that I'm wondering. I think someone in chat named it. Oh yeah. Thanks, Seals. Like I can't remember, but that sounds right. Well, games on a modern mother unfortunately doesn't look as good as CRT. It probably looked better there. It did. No, because like it doesn't look as pixelated. Like it looks, the pixels have like a natural like sort of blur applied to them because of just how like the CRT monitors are fuzzy like that, you know? So somehow, like, you didn't see those imperfections. It really just looked, like, impressively good for the time. But now you're like, ah, it looks like garbage. So, something like update position? Yeah, it seems like it's... So, like, if you look at what it actually does, right? Like, this one just straight up takes the position, velocity, up direction, and rotation from whatever this thing is, and it copies it into the collision class. So when we remove that, like, that makes sense that he doesn't move anymore, because we're not applying our newly computed values for these things. We're just throwing them away now. Right? The other function, I don't know what it does. It does a lot. Yeah, Ted's song's great. Oh, sneeze attack. All games really use that to their power? Like using gradients in Castlevania? Yeah. For transparency, like in Shinobi or Sonic on the Mega Drive. Oh yeah, no, that stuff was awesome. They really did make the visuals look like a lot more advanced than they actually were. Like it did such a I don't know, it went such a long way. But it's a shame because it's so hard to like emulate that properly. Like, so many times people have tried it, they've made those, like, CRT filters or whatever, and they look terrible. Well, this one ends up by updating these values. So, both of them definitely have the effect of, like, updating the collision stuff, but I'm not, like, sure. Maybe we could just like oh, it could be that actually. Wait, can I go back real fast? Because I pulled this up thinking maybe it could be that, but I didn't actually look at it. I don't know. Let's look at this though, right? Okay, get collision. I might have to check that one too. Calculate collision. Okay, it's probably something in there, or here. That's cool. And this is a great soundtrack to have on. Like, like thanks Tess for suggesting it. Okay. This looks fascinating. Oh, I don't know. Hit collision, and then... Yeah, it looks different. Let's check the other one. Also, I don't know, like, I don't think... Because in Lost World I got him to move and I don't remember having to do anything with the collision differently, but... Maybe it's just different in Lost World, I don't know. Move for sweet move, yeah, that's what I guessed it was. Okay. Yeah, get rotation from... Yeah, oh, this is... Yeah. What's push out for movable? Oh, that's... Yo. Hang on a second. So, this function is just empty in Lost World, which makes me think, why is it here if it's empty, right? It's probably because it was supposed to be like it's from colors, right? It did something in colors, and then in this game they just like commented it out. That's my guess. Because they've done stuff like that a few times. Wait, hang on, how many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay then. A lot of vector 3s. Okay, 5 of these. And they just disabled this in Lost World, but in colors, remember that function, this one? Now it looks different, but I wonder, the placement of this is fascinating. It's C physics, C collision, vector 3, vector 3 reflect. This song's great too. That's a great, like, I don't know, is it called a riff? It's good. I like it. So they do get rotation for move collision, right? Then they do this. And then after all this, they end up doing get position and all that. So let's see if that lines up. Get position, yep. Get velocity, here we go. This is totally what that is. This gets inlined in colors, which makes sense. I don't know why it isn't inlined in Lost World. I think they made it bigger, right? And so this is probably something like transfer for movable or push out for movable. So I don't know what the movable means in this case. Is it something like the roller coaster? An asteroid coaster, maybe? Maybe it's used for that. I should check that again. That function we were trying to figure out earlier that we never got to trigger. I wonder if that's what that's for. Yeah, this one's great. I think there were some people trying to replicate a shader, but probably it's a bit GPU intensive, but I looked to it looked to get it pretty close to CRT image. Yeah, you can get really close if you know what you're doing, like if you know how the CRTs worked and you know how GPUs work now, right? But it takes a lot of knowledge and like takes some time. Like the naive way of doing it is not very accurate. I don't know enough about it. Like if I'm being completely honest, I feel like if I was to like release a game and I tried to have like a CRT filter on it, I feel like whatever I would come up with would make people upset. Like there'd be some guy out there who knows more about CRTs than I do who'd be like, this is wrong. Like, sorry. I tried. But I wonder if that's what that is, because movable, like, what else does that mean? Bro, that part's cool. So I still think this has to be related to move for a sweep move, because every time that they call that in Lost World, it gets translated to these two calls in colors, which is really weird, right? But you also have position, rotation, velocity right here. So this is position. This one's broken because it's stupid. But if we fix it, it will be rotation. Prime 2 is what it's going to say. And then this is velocity. I like how it has to decompile again every time I change the name, and it's like painfully slow. Love that. That's just great. So param 5 and 4 seem to be used to, like here, but I have no freaking idea what this is about. Is that song in Melee? I'm kidding, but... So as I remember, Mania and many emulators have a basic CRT filter as well. It's just a pattern on top of the image and no one bats an eye. Yeah, I remember in some circles I remember hearing people arguing about it, like, it's not good! I was kind of like, man... I don't know. one's great too, jeez. Are these really the right terms? Like, they must be. Right? Float, ooh, float. Alright. So, like, the thing that's getting me about it, dang, sorry, is that, the up direction is passed into this, right? It's not passed into the last world equivalent of this. So, like, we have the position, the rotation, and the velocity here. And we have, like, a float, which I assume is probably the same as this. Oh, it's delta time, I guess. Oh. I don't know why I didn't notice that before. This is just delta time. Cool. So it's probably the same here if I go back. Frick, dude. This is definitely, this has to be delta time. Well, actually, wait, let's follow this. Okay. That was great. Collision, position, rotation, velocity. And then I don't know what like these are about, but this one's just null, so they don't even use it. They scale it by delta time, that makes sense. Okay, so delta time is used here as well. I don't think it's used in this one, yeah. So the up direction just, it gets used in whatever this function does. It doesn't get used in the last world equivalent of it, from what I can tell. So that's kind of concerning to me. Because it looks like there's maybe some functionality that's like missing from that. But apart from that, it kind of looks like we can just call this and it does essentially the same thing. I guess? Like, I don't know. Get rotation from the... Yeah, so like... calculate collision 1, so let's just find it. And go from there. CPostureCommon. Right, it's like here. Move, simplify. Do we have reset mapped? No, I can't believe I did that again. Okay. Oh, it's like here. My bad. Get collision, and then somewhere there's calculate collision 1, which takes these. It's probably this one. Get collision. At the end, there should be the. Hi. Set max slope. Yep. Is on ground, and then this is probably get rotation for, yeah. This one's great so far too. Alright, that looks correct. Did I map that one? Looks like I should have done that. I don't think I did. Hit rotation for move collision. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, and then, where are we at? Here we go. This function. Move for sweet move, here it is. So let's test this out and see if anything is different. I want to try it without that first and see like what happens. Move for sweet move. It's vector 3, quaternion. Another vector 3, and I think there's just another one after that too. My bad. There's not. There's a float, bool bool float. I think this one's a float pointed. Yeah. Those are the params. That's crazy. That should be correct. Okay, there's the number pursuit move. Oh, it's C collision. Okay, that looks correct. I don't think it plays a bool. I don't remember. I mean, it doesn't like look like it does. Okay, so we're going to try that and see what happens. So first thing I want to do is actually build this and just run it without, because I don't remember what it's like currently. So I want to compare it like before and after I change this. Thanks, Autumn, I appreciate it. Is that good? I turned it down a tiny bit. The songs kind of like have been changing in volume a little bit, so I think that's what happened. Alright, if it should go a little lower, let me know. And I think Lost World is muted. I never remember. Okay, so currently, here's how it works. Hang on, it's like you gotta jump. Wait, how do you trigger it again? Yeah, like that. So he doesn't move currently. Is the thing. So he just gets stuck in the air, right? So what we want, let's add. What is physics? Get rotation for move collision. And then for this, it looks like we want to replace it with this other call instead. Move for... No, it's not. Move for sweet move. I can rename these two. That'll force a recompile of that, which is terrible, but hey. Okay, it's position, rotation, velocity, and then I think this was delta time, right? I forgot. Yeah, and then I don't know what the rest is. Anyway, so let's call this correctly. Sounds like just been inconsistent in volume for some reason. Yeah, thanks. So it's no worries. It's like that a lot. Okay, so that's wrong. So we're not going to pass in We don't pass in the Epter, so that's the one that comes after this. So we don't do that. Instead, we pass in delta time. And then for these params, I don't know, because I don't know what they do in Lost World. Let's just copy what they do in this function, and hopefully that's good enough. Oh, this is on ground? Okay, why would they not just, like... I don't know. I guess that way you can control whether it acts like that or not. And then this is null, I guess. Okay, so this is like not probably the same as what it does in colors, but hopefully it's close enough so we don't have to re-implement it. So let's just like try it. Alright. Okay, try it and see what happens. That's cool. That segment. I love long compile times. It's great. Alright. Oh, hang on. It's like... Oh, it actually does do something. Okay, so we are moving and we are colliding with the floor now. Whereas that was not happening before. What happens if I hit the dash pad? Yo! Alright. So there's some functionality now that wasn't there before. So like now we can actually fall again. Yo, let's go! Okay, so I don't know how to explain this. So I've been re-implementing the code one piece at a time, right? So what that means is like, you know, you take the Lost World stuff and you break it, and then you reconstruct it from scratch one piece at a time until it slowly starts to come back together and work again, right? So the main one that's been taking the longest time, and again I've been saying is the hardest challenge with this project, I think, has been CPostureCommon. This is just the common movement state, like just the general like code that's used by most movement in the game uses something from it, right? So like currently when I fall from a jump, right, this right now is like the CPostureCommon. So for a while I was re-implementing it and he wasn't moving in the air at all, right? And he had no regard for collision. And those were things that I needed to just re-implement to make it work again. Now we're to the point where he actually does move and he does have regard for collision again, it looks like. But you can see that physics params are not set correctly yet. So he's sliding on the floor still, instead of like landing from the fall state, right? So it's not done, but it's a big step in the right direction because he's at least colliding and moving again. He wasn't doing that before, and I think if I bounce bracelet, then yeah, I can snap him out of that. Well, kind of. He gets stuck in this again, and now we're just stuck permanently. So it doesn't work yet. But there's some regard for collision now. I'm happy with that. Like, that's pretty good. He was falling through the floor before. Alright, so... we need to be able to, like, change into the, you know, the ground state when he lands, right? Obviously. So we're not there yet, but... it's coming together. So that's kind of a milestone, I don't know. Okay, so this is, it's all right here, okay? Then after that, let's see, set ground info. I think this entire, where does it start at? After the copy? I think all of this, maybe? at least, is not implemented yet. So where does this come in? It's on ground and something else. Oh, this is the word I can search for. Okay. So this is if b var1 is set. Yeah, right here. So this is, we haven't implemented any of this, right? Then most of the code after that is already implemented. So basically the majority of what we have to do now is actually just this. It's this part that's highlighted in green. It's not so bad. Like, you know, that's not insane. But it stops around this area where it says if b var1. So let's see what we can do before I stop tonight. What is this? Okay, all right, that's a constructor for something and I don't know what it is. And then we pass that into here. And this is a function that is only called in this one area, so we have to re-implement this. So I guess we should probably start doing that. Okay, that's not even mapped out yet. So that's 46F90. So like around here. Okay, so it turns a bool. So I don't know what that is apparently. It's gonna be this. Okay, it's used by 3 functions. Cool, I don't know what it is. Oh, it's this. Oh wait, sground info reset? Oh, well it's just an sground info then. Why did I not ever fill this in? Oops, sorry about that. Okay. This one's spooky. Ground info. It says it's a pointer to a uint, but I highly doubt that. Oh, maybe it is. No, it's got to be like a pointer to like flags or something. Anyway, then it's physics, then collision, then velocity. Physics, collision, velocity. All right. Then it's the up direction. Okay. So let's map that out. It's just ambient, I guess. This whole song. Is this really not? I think it should be somewhere. It's part of player collision, and I put it to do asking if it should be part of something else. Okay, it's funny. Oh wait, I don't need to do that. Yep. Okay, okay, so let's take something like that. Oops. How did I do that again? Can I stop pressing the wrong keys, please? That would be nice. Okay, so should have marked where I was. Here we go. So I'll fill these in a bit. Okay, so then oh wait, I just realized yeah, that was dumb of me. So yeah, that function is this just all 0? Oh, I don't know, it doesn't. Let me see. But we call reset on that, which is probably just part of the constructor. We also call this. So we need to like set all that up. But then anyway, what is this? It's just 0? And I guess it gets set by this function. So that is basically correct. If we look at where this ends, yeah, then we have the else statement, and if we go to the end of that, there's this one other thing that they do, and then finally we're here. So we basically just have, like, it's not a ton of code, but there's a lot of like unnamed functions it looks like, so this is going to probably take a while. Like multiple streams, but we'll see. So if this is the case, they set bvar1 to true, which is going to trigger all this code. That's interesting. And then they set this flag in the physics. I think that means is grounded, right? But I don't know. So I should probably check. Did I like ever figure that out? I mean, sorry, what flags did I figure out? Where are you at? I found out this is isguard disabled. This is disable external force. They make that typo in Lost World as well. I think 1 means is grounded, if I had to guess. Right? So I should like check that. I don't know if they like it's like is on ground or something. Yeah, is on ground. It's probably even the same number in... Oh yeah, right, I keep forgetting. In Lost World they changed how that works. So... set on ground, there we go. I'm pretty darn sure that this just is the equivalent of set on ground. Like, I'm pretty sure. I don't know for sure, right? But I think so. So, I mean, I don't know, one way to check maybe would be like... I don't know if it's worth it. I'm pretty confident that that's what that is, because I saw this earlier being used like that. I might look into that more in a bit. But... set on ground, true. I think we're gonna do that. So we go here. Oh, already was there. Force on ground, that's kind of... Calculate what? See posture reference, okay. That's probably still in the PC version? And I forgot which one's calculate now. Oh, it's this. Yeah, I recognized it. Set on ground, so, I get param 40, here we go. Check it ground by raycast, then if it's 0, we do this, otherwise we do this, so it gets inlined. Yeah. That was kind of a little reference. I think this is set ground info. That's... I think that's what that is. It just inlined everything? Or what did that say? Game collision shape? Yeah, this is inlined, but I think that's what it is. S card info. Like, I don't know, but I think so. Okay, so this one, I guess, is just inlined. The set on ground or whatever. Yeah, here we go. Oh wait. No, it's this. It just optimized that weirdly, so I didn't see it for a second. I made a typo, but... that's freaking stupid. Anyway, that's gotta be it. Okay, build that again. And let's see, set ground info, yeah. Succeed, yeah, we're good. Set ground info. Then we're going to copy the ground normal here. And we check this. This is probably going to be different here, but if that is the case, we copy whatever the vec2 is. Oh, frick. Oh, no. That's probably... Whoops. Oh no, I hit rebuild. No. Well, we'll be here for a minute or two. That's a good time to, like, do something else, I guess. Can I do a Duolingo lesson before my code rebuilds? Let's see. Oh, it's assembling. I think it's already almost done. Alright, I'm eating cake. Do you want some? Yeah, could you just send me some through the screen? Thanks. It's still not done, but I think it's still gonna finish before me. Running code analysis, why? Like, why are you doing that? Oh, it just finished. Okay. I was almost there. Well, now I'm invested. Hang on. Anyway. Hey Plush, what's going on? Been a while since I've been on one of these. Yeah, hey, it's good to see you. This is terrible. Did I run an entire analysis? Is that what I did? I think I ran an entire code analysis by accident. Fantastic. Let's not do that again, please. Oh yeah, run code analysis on solution. That's what I did. Oh my gosh. Give it a few seconds to materialize. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's good to have like fiber internet where you can have like cake materialize in front of you in like a few seconds. It's pretty cool. Alright, so what is the value of this float? Why the fuck are you doing that? I think my mouse just wasn't working or something. It's pi divided by... oh yeah. The mouse is being weird. It's pi divided by 180. I have a constant for pi, don't I? Oh yes, I have a thing for this. Degrees to radians. Left click isn't working sometimes and it's driving me crazy. Do I need another mouse yet again? Like, bro. So we get the cosine of that. What's wrong with this? Oh yeah, I know. There we go. Nope. Somehow I rotated my keyboard a little bit. Alright, oh, and then we check if this is less than this. That's what we're doing. If it is, then we do all this crap. Did I even ever, like... yeah, I don't think I filled that out. Fun. this out as well. I'll get to that later, I think. This kind of sounds almost like something that would be Undertale, doesn't it? It's like, oh yeah, this was a scrapped song. Toby said it wasn't funny enough, so we had to throw it away. Wait, so this equals... This equals the dot product of this, yeah. Unless... zero is less than it. Which is a funny way of saying the opposite, right? Like, right? I think so. So anyway, basically, if this value is greater than 0, then it goes to 0. Otherwise, it goes to this. So it's like a min, what's it, a min or a max? I forget. It's also like these. So if this is less than 0, then it uses that. Otherwise, it'll just use 0. I think that's basically correct. And the end result is that we multiply this by that. Lots of fun math here. So there's this function. Oh, it's just the one we already implemented. Cool. Alright, so that's most of that actually done. I don't know what's up with this. Hey, cool. How you doing? Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Let's see if we can get, trying to think what else to do tonight. I think we'll get, maybe try to get this function implemented. Yeah, that's great. Also, we should get this. Oh, it's used by a lot. It's used here. This is calculate collision 1. Okay, so I found that before, but why do I keep clicking on the wrong thing? Like, bro. I think it probably gets inline, right? Can I just not? There we go. Okay, so up here is where that function is, basically. And then this would be a spread info reset. It looks like that's what it is. So I'm gonna go with that. It's very bizarre that I didn't get all the functions like for this. It's really weird, but anyway, that should work. So I think that other function that was above that too was probably just maybe something like this. It might just be the handle. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That's probably what that is. So I think if we just call reset, we're good. I don't think we need to call the other function too. Build again. Okay, and so that should be good. So then if this is true, then we end up doing this. So we need to, which then ends up doing all this stuff too. So we actually get some like velocity and stuff. So let's try to implement that. And then probably that'll be what we stop with tonight, because this is going to probably take a while. I don't know. I don't know if we'll even finish it. Look, it doesn't look, actually doesn't look that bad. Actually, I don't know if there's anything we can't do yet. Yo, what the frick? Let's try. That might work. Alright, we're gonna do a lot of typing here. Here goes. If collision.has surf. Yeah, it has surface info. It's driving me insane that my mouse isn't working sometimes. Yeah, I need a new one now. What the frick? I don't know why that's not a thing. Let's see, clear surface info, get height, get max slope offset, initialize. So how would we do that in... Yeah, but that's what that's doing for sure, so oh, I didn't like... Okay. Frick. Okay, what's the easiest way to figure this out then? Let's fill this in, I guess. Just, you know, just crying about it. So G probably figured out most of this Lustrate API, so I should probably just look at what he did. Let's see. Yeah, he did. Okay, so this is, there's some stuff he doesn't have. Okay. Okay, we have 4 vector 3s. What? Oh, it's just because it wants to align. Yeah. Alignment 16, yeah. Wait, position, velocity. Offset length for this. Yeah, that would be here. Then max slope angle. So I guess I did actually map this out. Mostly. In place move array align 16. Wow. There you go. Just surface info. So they don't have this entire thing mapped out yet, apparently. So that's bad. Duck on it, and I need that. Okay. Is that in, I think that's probably just the same thing as an in-place move array, but it's aligned to 16. Is that a class that's actually in Lost World, or is that something CG did? Oh no, it's in Lost World. Screw me. Okay, I'm gonna do something like line as. What's the freaking? What's like old Visual Studio like way of doing this? So I don't remember. It's this. Hopefully that works. Sorry, getting a little loud here. The jump scare you all? It should, right? What did you just see? Okay. Okay, so the size of this is 7112, 6BO. That is correct, seemingly. So is that the same in... It should be, I mean, but I don't know. So I'm gonna do something like this now. Check that. So if it has surface info, then that it won't be empty. Right. Otherwise it returns false. Let's build this, and actually I want to make sure that this is like okay before I continue, I think. Is that an error? Yeah, these are errors. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get what the error is. Jeez. Real boring coding hours. Continue my Duolingo. Oh, it's done. Alright, let's see if that... Okay. I just want to see if this is right in memory. No, it's not. That doesn't look right. Oh, duh, I see. Yeah. I see why it's wrong. Let's look at the rest, though. The rest should be right. This should be the player. This all looks kind of wrong, doesn't it? Oh, you're good, Tess. Falling asleep is like... Yeah, that's like the highlight. It's like what I'm trying to do with these streams. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what the deal is with this. Oh wait, this looks right now. Hang on, what? Yeah, this is definitely not a pointer into the player. I don't know why I thought it was. But this, No, actually all this looks kind of weird. Wait, velocity, that, maybe. No, something's wrong. Like something's definitely off. Does it have any virtual functions? I don't think it actually does. There's no way that's the freaking position. Right? That just doesn't sound right. Yeah, the position is this big value that's like 11990, right? So if you go to like, if you look at collision, yeah, this is the position, I think, right here. So this, I don't know. Let's see, see collision. Oh, there is a VF table. Why? It has some virtual function, I guess. I don't know. Is it just the destructor? Okay, the destructor is virtual for some reason. Also, Sajid didn't mark that properly in Let's Read API, so we have a little meme, little inside joke. Hashtag thanks Sajid. Blames Sajid for everything. Okay, so that should be correct now. This is still wrong, I think, because it's like the data is aligned by 16, not the whole thing, right? Yeah, this is the part that's supposed to be aligned by 16, I assume. So I'm gonna like, I think it works like this, but I don't know. And I need to use the old Visual Studio way of doing it, not the C++ standard way of doing it, because... Well, I think I do. I don't know if I have to. They use a Visual Studio 2010 project, so it needs to be able to compile with that. Well, I'm trying to replicate what they did. So I have a Visual Studio 2010 project for Lost World stuff. And this needs to be able to compile in Visual Studio 2010, basically. Otherwise, it's not accurate. I don't think VS 2010 supported the new stuff for alignment. I think it did it this old way of like the Microsoft specific keyword. But I don't know, I don't remember. So maybe I could use the new one, but I don't think so. I think this is how I have to do it. I'm gonna put something like... Also, I forgot to do this. Get something wrong. Please move array. Oh, I see, I'm in the wrong, okay, in place move array, and it would be aligned, yeah, 16, here. So I think this is really just going to be like the same. Oh, I was already there, whoops. 610 bytes in this case, because yeah, I think that this is correct now. So 1712, that was the size before too, but now it's actually correct, I think. We'll find out. It's gonna take a minute to compile here. Okay. Are we crashing? What's going on here? Oh no, I just didn't alt-tab for some reason. Okay. Let's check this again. Collision, VF point, yeah, that's probably correct now. The player is this. And I have no idea if this is correct or not. Oh, rough count's 1, that looks correct. Okay. I didn't fill all this stuff out, so I don't know. That looks correct too. And this is correct, so cool, cool. And there's the position, there's velocity, there's only 1 and 2. Offset length, that looks correct now. That looks correct. That looks correct. This is the part that might be weird. So we have this pointer to the data, which is A711240. That should be like this. Yeah. The count is 0 currently. These are the flags, that's the allocator. And if you look at that, that's going to be gifted. Yep. Okay, so there's nothing in this array currently. This is garbage data then, I guess? I don't know. And this is unknown value, this is the radius, height. So all this looks correct. Hang on. Real sneezing hours once again. Okay, so the empty just checks if it's, yeah. So it should, it is actually empty now. So this won't even fire. Okay, so this only does something if we're actually colliding with something right now. So when we're in the air, it shouldn't do anything, but when we land, it should do something. So that makes a lot of sense. Actually, let me try this again because let's see if we can get that to fire. Oh, it did. Let's try this again, but like, okay, so let's stay with this breakpoint. So it shouldn't fire until Sonic hits the ground. Yep. There should be just one. Yeah, there it is. Very cool, actually. So I'd say this is something like what, like colliding. They might have named it something like this. Overlap surface. That's what it is. It's like surfaces that are overlapping with Sonic. But honestly, I don't know. Because I feel like it's better to name it something like that. Because it's more clear what's going on. But it's also so much longer to type. So I'm like conflicted, but... Shouldn't be an error, I don't know why. Did I mistype? Yeah, no, we're good. Okay, so if we are overlapping, then we do something. So let's see what we do then. I guess, yeah, I guess we just start standing, right? Set status. Oh, okay. So we're gonna actually like make it so you can land now, I guess. Hang on a sec. Alright. So, this function... Yeah, again, these are just always both there. I think that's just like a handle thing, but it's part of like the reset. I don't know. Does he have a mouth hidden colors? I remember this being just a drawing. Extremely late response to this, but he only has a mouth for specific actions. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks. I didn't know. It's weird to me that he doesn't have a mouth during the yawn animation, like when he's stretching backwards. Because you would think that his mouth would be enabled during that. I feel like that's something that I'd like to do. Like, sorry. Like in Spectrum, I think I'd like to try to see if I can get the mouth to be open. Does he have a mouth during that? I can't remember. It seems like he doesn't. Like when I saw it in Dolphin, he like leans back, but there's no mouth. Yeah, he has it for stage intros. Thankfully, it looks cool. They'd look kind of weird without it. Okay, gravity direction, and then what's up with this? Why? Like, I guess. Oh yeah, it's used down here. Okay. Oh, this actually is. To do move to another header. Yeah, yeah. That's like me, all right. Do that. Okay. So I think this is going to make it so that he can like land. I don't know. Oh yeah, okay, so this this doesn't just get the gravity direction, it like does something weird with it. Oh, what's this by the way? Because the like Lost World 1 pretty much just returns the gravity direction, but this one like multiplies it by something that you specify. So I forget if there's like a isn't there a function for this? Well, you know what I should have done? Just see what it calls this. This could be it. No, it looks too complicated for... Like, all that this does is it just has a, just has a single vector 3. What's all this? Undefined function. Oh. It's so great when this breaks every time. So fantastic. Alright, well, I'm wanting to stop the stream like before midnight in my time zone. So I think a good place to stop would be like if I could get him to land on the ground or whatever. I don't know if this even does that. Just implement whatever this function is supposed to do. I think that would be a great place to stop. Because that's actually most of the common posture figured out at this point. So like, that's pretty great. Because that's like most of what we're trying to do here, you know? Rotate velocity by gravity. No, already switched. Update before move. Like, it's this except that you can well, actually, I don't know why I'm overthinking this, because this just takes axis up. Oh, this is get gravity direction, this is get gravity up direction. So hang on. These both effectively do the same thing. 2EOC. Yeah, it looks like it's like something like this. Oh, whoops. It's weird. Probably got one of these names wrong because this doesn't particularly make a lot of sense. Like, okay, so like, what does this do? Oh, sorry, it just returns that, okay? If I say get... Oh, this one does let you pass in. Scale... Yeah, this probably is the equivalent of all that. There might be an equivalent of this in here, too. Seems pretty good too, this song. Okay, has surface info. I'm gonna say like... Apparently we're just not doing that here. And it could be calculate collision too. Actually, it does look like that, doesn't it? Did a second ago. Let's see, get gravity direction, reset, yeah. What's going on down here? Check push out by raycast, and I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely like different from colors, obviously, but I was hoping for more similarities than that. This vector stuff is so hard to read, like it's such a nightmare. Check hit ground. Okay, that's kind of what we're trying to do here. Check hit ground. Ah, get gravity direction at point. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I think I see what's happening. And then, like, this, except that we have this stupid nonsense because, once again, the extension is kind of just not the best. Okay, so that... Yeah, that should be correct. Actually, if we look at this input, that's like a vector 3, I assume. Why did I make it a void though? Like, don't I know what type it is? Oh, I think I do know what type it is, but I didn't fill it in because I was lazy. Yeah, that's... I know me well. There's some 06 music. We're almost done with the 3.2 actually. There's like... After this, it's mostly, there's like jingles, then there's cutscenes, and there's the beta versions. And those are probably good. Like, I'd like to hear those too, but I could do some 06. This is basically like the final, well, the secret boss, I guess, theme. So how about this? After there's a bonus stage song. After that one. Do some 06. So I think this is get gravity direction at point. Well, actually, no, I don't know if that makes sense, does it? Does that make sense? Because why would we be doing that with axis up? That wouldn't make sense. I don't know, I'm gonna say something like get gravity up direction. There's a few other jingles and then the bonus stage. That's actually cool that they have different stage clear themes for the characters, apparently. Is this C physics? Yeah, I couldn't remember for a second. Update debug camera, that's fun. That's still left over, isn't it? Yeah. Does the Jeeber implement this? I don't remember. For like the Lost World Free Cam? Because that looks very doable. See, on enter for C posture edit. Oh yeah, this is the set editor. Like they just straight up have like some of the set editor stuff left over in this game, in Lost World. Actually, in colors too. Like I've never really looked into it, but if they have it left over, it seems. Is this on enter? This is a pretty good theme. I guess. I think that's right. So it's like destructor, the get group ID, calculate, on enter. Okay, so this. Is that right? Yeah, it is. All right. So we basically, I think this is like, I don't know if this is actually equivalent to that or not. So I think I'm going to put a to-do on it. It'll take some time. I can't use like the shortcut, by the way, because the Vim extension breaks it. It's dumb. There's probably a way to fix it, but I just haven't bothered yet. Well, succeeded. All right, that's what you want to see. So there's invincibility, then there's the bonus stage, and then I think I'll do some O6 stuff. Oh, this is a pain. There's like a go-to because of the way it decompiled. Oh no, it's not really bad, it's just returning. Just returning 1, that's all it's doing. Alright, bonus stage. This is something too. Oh, fascinating. This might be part of the base posture. I really don't know. I mean, I guess I'll just say it is for now because I won't be too wrong. This is definitely like a pointer or something. As is this. This I don't know, but I assume it's the same. That's collision. What's this again? Card info, yeah. So okay, did we ever figure that out? No, I guess not. Oh, this is one of those collision flag things again, so this is, yeah. That's part of, yeah, it's just part of that. I'll do some of 6 ones. I don't think I've ever actually got an invisibility in the game. The game's a little challenging, it sounds like. No, I'm kidding. Let's do Crisis City. Maybe? There we go. Do I know how the volume is because it's hard to tell? Maybe that's good? I don't know. And then I guess it probably returns like a vector 3 or something. Because it looked like it was doing that. Be a bit lower, okay. Is that good? Yo, hey Diff, how you doing? Due to Whitman. Not familiar with that. But yeah, how you doing? I've almost got like CPostureCommon going, but there's still a few functions that are just like, what is that? You know? So this definitely returns something, right? Because we found, it's like a handle to something? Fun. What fun? Turns this, but I don't know what this is. It has to be that, because... Going back to the Radford colors objects, let's go. There are 2 unused spin covered by the YouTube heart. The 2 unused spin laser variants. Nice. What's spin laser again? Is that the oh, it's just like the object that's also in like forces, that it's just the circle that spins with a laser on it, right? Yeah. I think we had this conversation before and I forgot again. Because my brain just keeps thinking it's like the laser wisp, but it's like, no. No, Rad. That's, it's not the laser wisp. Does this return something? And I don't know what it is. Is it like it's like a handle to something? It'll also be like one of these, I don't know. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm not a fan of this. That's bad, but at least there's a to-do. The object everyone hates sweep mounted? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The best object in the game. Wait, so what does this do? This unsets, this unsets this one flag. Okay. This is a pain. So, alright, let's see. What can we realistically get done before midnight? Because I'd like to stop by then. Oh, this is part of CPostureCommon. And that is an S ground info for sure. Yeah. Tell me I went so hard on this. Dang. Yep, that's definitely... Alright, that's correct. So what, Oh yeah, I guess we never figured this out. Oh, that confirms that that's a handle, doesn't it? Yeah, that's absolutely a handle. There's a bool. So we gotta re-implement that too, I guess, but that doesn't look so bad. I just need to know like what that is. And that's used a couple of times. It's used down here. And it's used here. No, this is another one. It looks kind of similar though. Is this actually net surface info? I'm not sure if I trust that. Why does it... Why does it think that that's what that is? It might be right, but I'm just not sure how it got to that conclusion. Well, so part of this tells the game that, like, hey, Sonic's on the ground now. So it'd be really cool to implement just that part again, at least. Like, it's awesome that we got to the point where, like, it's already minute over here, so you failed already. Dang it! Well, time to pack it up. Thankfully I didn't make a bet. Yeah, so... I guess we'll just go through this one line at a time and see what we can do. This is, ground info, and then, isn't that another one? Yeah, that's, is it just copy? It is. Is this part of, yeah, couldn't remember. Actually, this thing is pretty good. This is definitely like a handle copy. Yeah. Oh, that's probably what that thing returned. That's probably what it returned. That one function is probably handled to a collision shape. Alright, so... These are the flags that we set. Jeez, man. This returns true in this case, so alright. And I don't know what this flag is either. It's gonna be real fun to figure out the blackboard flags, because, again, like, we just don't have a good way of doing it, other than just kind of testing everything one at a time, I guess? I don't know. But where does this end? Actually, this is almost everything. So, alright, let's, I think... Yeah, that's everything. So, let's just implement this at least. We're getting the first surface info. Oh, cool, alright. I like how I'm kind of, like, understanding what it's actually doing this time. Oh, that flag probably is, like, is it a complicated surface or not? Something along those lines. Music keeps skipping on my end, but I think it's just my headphones. Hope it's not doing that on the stream. Oh, interesting. This sets the surface info for the ground info, I guess? Huh. Look at that again. That's us ground info for sure. Alright, let's just do, there we go. So it sets the collision shape, which is the handle to this. Yeah, that's probably the type of that thing that it returned. Sets it to this. Oh, which is also that. Well, there you go, man. Copy that. Hey guys, welcome to EB Games. And then this is another, so it just copies everything. But it sets it to the service info, so I wonder if that's like, there's like an operator for it. Like if I scroll the way down, right? No, I guess not. Let's do Dusty Desert. No, this one. There you go. Just gonna add a few to the queue. Oh, you gotta do Radical Train, dude. There's so many good songs in those too. It's fine on stream? Thanks. That's good to hear. It's amazing how we still haven't figured out how to do Bluetooth audio in like 2024. Although to be fair, I have like a really cheap adapter, so it's probably my fault. Is it ground info? Oh, yo, dude, thanks. That's exactly what I was looking for. YouTube put, when I right-clicked, it brought up multiple context menus. Like, there's the YouTube one, and then there's also the, like, browser one. And the copy button was so dangerously close to the, like, block button. I was like, don't hit that. Yo, what the frick is that? Is that let me see this. Is that the right address? Did I do something wrong? Oh. Oh crap. Wait, I didn't know that the addresses were different. Like, unironically. I think they're supposed to be the same. Okay. Thanks. Oh, there it is. That makes perfect sense. Okay, so wait, what's the difference between these addresses? Like, for future reference? Either itself or it's not 4.0, but you have loaded? It should be. Because I'm pretty sure I ripped it from my Wii U, like, after I updated to the latest version, but maybe you're right, but I feel like this entire time I would have noticed that before. Does it have all the Zelda objects? Yeah, it has them. I thought that the converted elf used the same addresses. Because I feel like we've definitely sent each other addresses before, and they were the same. So I'm, like, confused. But this seems to be the offset, apparently. So, okay. Yeah, I don't... don't know what happened. But in any case, thank you. That's very helpful. Yeah, this is definitely that. Okay, so this is set ground info. It's kind of weird that that's its own function instead of like, I don't know. Look at this call, you know? Alright. But yeah, thanks, that's totally what that is. Alright, so I gotta fill that in, because I'm sure that my headers don't have that function. Yeah. Also, this is marked const because I didn't know. How the frick did I do that? Okay. Well, I assume this function would probably just be like part of the same header that has the ground info in it. Which actually I never figured out, did I? Yeah, I put it to do. Alright, well. So does that mean that all of these addresses are also wrong? Because death, right? This program that I'm using, the like symbols DB thing that I wrote, it doesn't load the elf. It loads the RPX directly. And these are the addresses that it gets from the RPX. And when I put those into Ghidra, it's correct. It takes me to the right place. So something is weird. So the elf should have the same addresses. Can you throw over your RPX that you load? Sure. If I could find it. Oh yeah, what's right here? Sure. Discord has to load. I love everything being an Electron program. That was an awesome idea. There we go. This should be. I think this is the one that I use. It's dated 2016, but I think it's 4.0. So I don't know, maybe I did do something weird, but I honestly don't remember. I hope not, because I don't want all of these addresses to be freaking wrong. Anyway, so this function, it's used in two places. Check on ground by hit info and check change to ice run on sliding floor. Alright, maybe that one. Step of what? C state full, okay. Loading that entirety does not end with mine. Oof. What's different about it? Like, I guess it's hard. I mean, that's hard to answer that, but I mean, like, is there a way to where does it say the version number of the game? Is that hard coded into the RPX? Because they print the version number on the title screen, right? Is yours bigger, by the way? Like your file? Man, I hope I haven't been doing something wrong with it the entire freaking time. I swear. I'm not sure where, but Simu can tell. Oh, that's true. If that's not a huge pain to load that up. Oh, here we go. Check request spin dash. This looks like it. Okay. Down here. Oh, apparently I already found it, but I didn't put... Okay. I want to figure out what went wrong. Alright. Well, sure thing. Thanks. Wait, no, I'm being dumb right now. Like, really? What am I doing? Forget that. It's up here. This is probably the coolest Sonic boss theme. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that because there's like also like final bosses, and you know, those go hard. There's this. Some respect on versus Captain Whiskers. Oh, that's true, yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have said the best. It's one of the best. I don't think it fits the criteria of coolest, but I like it a lot. No, like, there's some really great Sonic boss themes, so I I should have thought a little more before I spoke. This one just always stood out to me because it's just so, like, not something that I think the average person would expect to be in a Sonic game. The Gens remix of Big Arms count? Yeah, that one's also great. Yeah, it's hard. That's the problem with Sonic, is that you can't ever say that something is, like, the best or the worst, because there's always another contender. Like, either direction. Wait, can't convert from pointer to... Why not? Oh. Me when the sleep deprivation sets in. This, like, section of the OST is, like, one of my favorite parts of it, so I just queued up a bunch of them basically in the order they're supposed to be in. Because they go from, like... Well, actually, I skipped over it, but they go from, like, Flame Core, which I should also play, to the Mephiles boss theme, right? To Solely on a New City, to the Radical Train themes. Then they go to Aquatic Base. Okay, I skipped over a few, like, cutscenes and, like, Tropical Jungle, but... My point is, it's just peak after peak. Like... It's just impossible to not be like, jeez. It killed my Airpix and Simu. Oh, no. Oh, you killed it. Bro, sorry. Wait, do you have a backup copy of it? Okay, good. I hope you have a backup, because, I mean, you want to compare it too, right? Like, from Crack 2 it's different? Yeah, it does. I should have queued that. I'll queue that for after this. Well, after Radical Train as well. Okay, so like these are flags, right? Can you do this, by the way? Yeah, you can. It just feels weird. All right. See, because I don't know if this 3, right, like if it's mapped to the same thing in Lost World as it does in Colors. You don't have to get the blackboard again. Do we not really? I guess I don't have the header for that included. Did I not map out the blackboard ever? That just doesn't make sense. How could I have just like not done that? Bro. Well, we've got to fix that. I'll probably do that in another stream because that's, you know. Also, something about the flags. Let's see, is there like a... Because I don't... These flags are not going to be the same between games. What is it called? It's not M flags? Is it this? This is the colors one, but it comes after History Times? Yeah. Bro. Like, that's probably a good name for it. Why would I not have... Whatever. You'll have fun with C Blackboard? Oh, I'm sure I will. Did they finally fix that bug, you think? Oh my gosh, I think they did. The links actually work now. Doesn't look so bad. It's just that there's 4 bit sets that are unknown. Oh. Oh wait, there's actually another one later. Oh, there's a lot of unknown values. Okay. I mean, figuring out the flags is going to be like hell on earth, but the rest of this doesn't look so bad. Like the layout of it or whatever looks pretty simple. It's just the flags, because it's just going to be a bunch of arbitrary numbers that we don't really have any way of figuring out. So that just sucks, but it's const, isn't it? What? Oh. Yeah, it's because it's a bit set. What's the one that freaking does that? Like, on reset? Can't you reset it to like a... I like wrote this entire thing out a while ago. You can tell because it uses the kind of older style. Anyway. And yet I can't remember. Is there not a function that does this? Oh wait, here we go. Reset, yeah, it's reset. 1 shifted by the bit index, which is going to be 2, so like, no, it's by 1, right? Yeah, 1 left shifted by 1, and then we flip that, and we get this. And then we AND that with this. So basically, this is the equivalent of doing this. Okay. So what happened? What happened, Death? Oh, you meant the flags? Yeah, no, that's gonna be hell. Like, you're right about that. My pix is the same size as update 4.8. I had a base game RPX open from when I checked if some code existed in 1.0. Ah, okay. No, I'm like relieved because I've put like hundreds of addresses into this, like, into these headers. I was like, if these have been wrong the entire time, I'm gonna have to go back and manually replace like every one of them. So I'm kind of like, all right. Thank you very much for checking that. Yeah, this is gonna be a pain to figure out what that maps to. I'm gonna stop streaming soon, but yeah, because this stuff, like implementing all of this too, is just like, man, it's not so bad. There's only a few functions here that I don't know what they already are. It just looks like such a pain, right? But alright, I mean, like, I wonder if this will have any effect in game already, right? Because like it should. That's so funny how that's not used yet. I might just leave it here. I don't know. Unless something else, unless there's something I see that I'm like, oh, I should do that. Because we've got like him moving again now, like in CPostureCommon, and we've got like the collision working, so that's like not too bad. Okay, so he lands, this triggers. And when that happens, also let me check that by the way. Yeah, cool. Set service info. Set ground info. Okay, let me see what the physics flags are currently. Okay, so that doesn't have any effect right now because of that, but we return true, right? And so because we're returning true, it sets beaver1 to true and it does all this stuff. So we're going to set on ground to true. Yeah, with this call here, that might have an effect, right? It's also going to change the velocity to this, which is kind of weird, but actually it doesn't look wrong. Currently, this is new velocity. After this, it's now... That actually looks correct. Floats are just weird, but I think that's not bad. Though actually, I don't know. It looks kind of. That is the ground normal. Like that looks like the ground normal. But I don't know. I think it's good. And then this function should give us the final result of that, yeah, which we set. So new velocity is going to be set to this, which I think is like the same as what it already is. Yeah. Then down here, this is now true, right? So now all this stuff should happen. Oh, also, if it's on ground, this needs to be... Does this need to be updated? That might have been a mistake that I made. Let me check that. It's so peak. Like this OST. Get a proper RPX the addresses to match with yours. I'll go into my proper ones, yeah. I'm glad they match. Yeah, thanks again for checking that. I really appreciate it. I had a mini heart attack when you mentioned it. I'm like, no, please. Okay, if it's on ground, yeah, so this was set. One time up here. Yeah, so it actually, the game actually does do that. For some reason, it looks like it doesn't update this. So it shouldn't do this because it hasn't been set to is on ground yet. But next time, maybe it will, I don't know. So this time it's going to do this. At least it should. Yep, and... Did this return something? Oh, I guess I didn't implement that yet. Fun. And that doesn't call. Oh my gosh, he landed. Bro! Oh, that's sick. So, like, this is what... So, when he falls... Okay, so hang on, let me show you, right? So there's this weird floating thing still. When I tap the stick, he's going to start falling, and when he falls, this is our new CPostureCommon. Here we go. He's falling, and he lands. We've re-implemented enough of it that that actually works. So that's like color CPostureCommon. Which is like mostly the same, right? So it doesn't really look visually different, but it's a little different. Actually, I don't know if the fall speed is correct. Because like the jump is weird, right? The jump has some issues right now that I haven't fixed yet. So it's hard to tell like what parts are caused by the jump being weird and what parts are caused by the falling. Because like whenever he's in the ball, right, he's in the jump state. He's not in the fall state. So if you see anything weird happen when he's in the ball, I'm aware of that. That's something I'm going to fix still. The fall though, oh yeah, this is still something weird. For some reason when you're on the springs, it's like all movement gets disabled. It's not just like out of control, right? Because these aren't set that high. There's something weird with that. That happened when I started implementing CPostureCommon, so there's something that we have to do there still. There's still a few functions I haven't implemented yet, so it's one of those. But yeah, like the fact that he actually lands now is really sick. It's like such a small thing, I know, but like, look at that. It actually works. So I think his falling is the same as colors now. At least it should be. Maybe I should try it in the 2D section? Oh, I can't really get there, can I? Let's see, I forget. Can I still parkour? No, I don't think I can. I can, like... Oh, that's fine. The jump again is weird, but I want to see if I can fall, like, in 2D. Oh, wait, not the springs. It's so janked right now, it's crazy, but... Okay. Weird jump coming in clutch for testing. No, like, for real, it's been perfect for that. I've been like, yo, this is accidentally useful. Also, this spline thing has been a bug, like, from the beginning, and I don't know why. It's very weird. I think it's because it enables the, like, collision he gets stuck in or something? I don't know. But okay, so, like, let's see how... Yeah, the fall works in 2D. The fall actually does feel like how he falls in colors. It feels a little faster than the Lost World one. I don't know if that's just me. But it feels more like, also we already heard this one. Let's do... I don't know, let's do these. And then probably stop. So like, if I jump... Oh, that was weird. Oh, somehow I got out of the spring, that's good. Does that... Let me try that again. That's not right there, obviously. Like, so I wonder if that's because of that part we haven't implemented yet. So like, if I look back at that again, where the frick is it? It's towards the top of the file, right here. If I were to check this again, right? Well, let me not put a breakpoint yet. The weird jump needs to be fixed, dude. Like something like that? Maybe? Yeah, that didn't trigger. So I don't know if that's just like Lost World. Like I don't know if that's just my collision being weird or something. Or what? Because if I land here it should trigger, right? Oh, it doesn't. What? Is this not running in 2D? The springs kind of work in 2D? Yeah, I'm confused. What the frick was that? Like, what? This slope was, like, unironically, this slope was already buggy before I edited anything in Lost World's code. Like, just Lost World's, I don't know, something about it. Yeah, the springs work in 2D, so I don't... So is my CPostureCommon code not actually... Why did he do it tumble like that? What the frick? Yeah, there's still a lot of weird stuff to figure out. So I think when I'm in 2D, I guess it's not running? I thought CPostureCommon ran in 2D as well. Let's see. No, I guess it doesn't. Oh, well, screw me. So it's kind of funny. So okay, so that's... So... Scrap what I said then about how it feels faster than Lost World. So all that weirdness about the slopes? What the frick? All the slope weirdness is actually just Lost World then. Okay. That's just not colors. Alright, so as soon as I get to the 3D, it should, that breakpoint should trigger again. Oh, but we're in the grind state right now, so it doesn't count. Ah, yes. Alright, and this should still be one surface. Yeah, it's one. I mean, so like it works, because it triggers every time he lands in 3D. Now it's midnight now, so... We gotta listen to this. Does that work? Alright. Hey, Yerkez, oh man, it has been a long time. How you doing? I'm about to end the stream, but good to see you. Do the springs kind of work? Oh yeah, is this, maybe it's CPostureCommon 2D standard and 2D air while it's in 2D? I guess so. Because I thought CPostureCommon... Uh-oh. Alright. It's really great to like play with this in like a Lost World stage because it's so jank and terrible. Especially the floaty jump that hasn't been fixed. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to say with some of this stuff, right? Like how much of it is like, because like some of it's just that I haven't implemented the animations yet, you know. Some of it's just that like the other states aren't there yet. Some of it's that there's probably a bug. Like I don't know. So it's hard to say like how much of it is like caused by what. The goal is just keep re-implementing stuff and hopefully everything gets fixed, and if it doesn't then we have to debug it, right? But trying to be as accurate as possible whenever I do anything. It does look like the fall is correct, but it's hard to say because like I'm falling from much higher distance than you would generally in colors, right? So like, I don't know. Trying to see one of these dev streams, I keep forgetting it's for a Lost World mod. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just Lost World because that's the game that makes the most sense from a code perspective to do it for. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Lost World. This game's weird, but yeah, but it's kind of funny, right? So we're putting in like colors code and boost stuff and whatever, and it's like, ah, it's Lost World. Hey, so I'm like actually like straight up about to end the stream, but basically I'll show you real fast. So it's a little hard to explain. When you jump like this, as soon as, so the jump is also bugged right now, by the way, because I haven't implemented something yet. So it's completely like not how it's supposed to be yet. I'll fix that. He like floats too much and stuff. But when I let go of the jump button, right, he starts falling. Once he's falling, he's in the CPostureCommon posture, which basically is it's like movement code for Sonic. Basically, he goes into like his common movement code when you start falling. Is what I'm trying to say. So what I've been doing for the past several streams is I've been slowly re-implementing the colors version of the common movement code, so that I can then like move on and implement the rest of the states and everything. So I've finally gotten it to the point where when you get into the fall state, instead of just freezing in the air and having nothing happen, I've got enough code implemented that he actually falls and he lands. So the fall is colors code. It's hard to explain. It's not very visually impressive, right? Because it just looks like the Lost World fall, but it's not. So it's a big step in the right direction for making this actually work, because this code also handles like his general movement. It's like movement on the ground and everything, but I haven't swapped the states and everything to like properly utilize that. But this is the beginning of like all of the colors general movement. So I'm really actually pretty glad about this. This is like, it's not bad. We're doing okay. Like things are kind of coming together here slowly. It's hard to tell if the fall is accurate to how it is in colors. Like it should be, but there's some things that aren't implemented yet. But it looks pretty close. It's just that I'm falling from a higher distance than you usually would in colors, and the animations aren't the same. So some things like look maybe visually different, but like obviously his jump is way too high, right? I need to fix that. But the fall should be correct. I don't know. Can I do this thing still? This like weird hack? Kinda. It's kind of fun to run on that wall. I don't know. Okay, yeah, wait, so let me just like run off this ledge, right? No, not run off the ledge. I forgot. Fall off the ledge. Wow, really? Can I... Does the homing attack still... I forgot. No, it doesn't. It does if I double jump, I think. Yeah, okay. So I just like walk off the ledge. That should be the same as it looks in colors, except with a different animation. So I mean, I guess I'll try that, right? Why not? And then we'll stop. Oops. Love that Windows feature that I never disabled for some reason. Also, great resolution, right? Ooh, stunning. Let's get to that same ledge. Okay. Wait, was it this one? Because I don't have the pulley, so I don't remember. This is like right, it's the one with the rings. Yeah, so right here. So, alright, so here's how it looks in colors if we fall off. He just like falls off like that. I'll do it again, I guess. Boop. Alright, and in Lost World it's a different animation, but... Also it lagged for some reason. Why did it lag that time? Yeah, I think it's basically the same. It actually looks maybe it's a little slower. It's hard to tell, right? Because part of it too is that this is at 30 FPS, whereas Lost World is at 60, and the delta time stuff that Sonic Team programmed doesn't like work quite the same. But it's like, I don't know what, like 1, 2, right? Try to count at that same speed. 1, 2. It looks about right. It's just the animation is not right. Because in Lost World he has this like weird fall, like that he does here, where his hands are down, and then when you fall further they go up. Whereas in colors, apparently he just has the fall up, like, immediately. So the animation's different. Actually, I think the Lost World one's a little better because, like, you fall starting like this and then he goes up, right? And it feels more natural. So that's kind of interesting. That might be one of those like extremely tiny nitpick things that maybe I should have a toggle for in the settings. Because I've said before, like I want to have like a billion toggles. Like I want everything to be customizable. I have like the whole idea for it is that there's like presets where you can just be like, I want to use original color settings, and then everything's set to be, what the frick was that? Did you see that? Something was weird there with the collision. Okay, so wait, so I think what happened is he's using the ground normal of, yeah, he's using the ground normal of the wall for some reason. That's, probably need to fix that. That's probably something I did with CPostureCommon. Because I don't think that happened before. Alright, glad I noticed that one. Do you have the disabled player model scaling code on? I don't think so. Oh, cool. Yeah, there's something I haven't implemented yet that causes an exception. It's really fun. Let's see. It's my birthday now? Yo, happy birthday, Autumn. Let's freaking go. That's actually awesome. Since you're in space, the jump is normal. I love that. That's like what they said with Colors Ultimate. They were like, people were like, the lighting looks bad, there's too much bloom, and then people were like, no, it's in space, so the lighting would be like that in space. It's like, guys, life's been way too busy, but I'm trying to get back into things. No, I feel you. It's been insane for me as well. But yeah, good to see you again for sure. Like, that's awesome. It's like a mod loader for Lost World, right? You mean what I'm doing, or like the Spectrum stuff? It's like a code mod for. Yo, why was it so compressed that time? Holy frick! I love the different movement from colors. Super cool stuff on the stream as always. Good night, y'all, and happy birthday to Autumn. Thanks so much. Yeah, that. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. And yeah, I said my goal was to end the stream at midnight. We're only 11 minutes past. So yeah, but thanks y'all. I really appreciate it. But yeah, Plush, it's trying to turn Lost World into colors. So it's a really insane project, but it's like replacing the Lost World code for everything with like with new code that aims to be a port of the colors stuff. So like right now it's like, it might sound like, I don't know how to put it. It's crazy, right? It's really insane. It's like the type of thing that the only reason other people haven't done it is because they value their sanity more than I do, right? But like it takes like forever to get a little thing going, but like right now I have the falling working, so like when you fall in colors it looks like this. You do it in Lost World now, it looks basically the same. So tiny things, one at a time. Hopefully soon I can get like the boost and everything. The homing attack is going to be fun too because it's different, right? Lost World has that weird thing where he like gets on top of the enemy, whereas in colors he just shoots right at it. It's like all these little subtle differences that make it feel completely different to play. I don't think it looks like Lost World Fall at all because Lost World Fall is very linear and also uses the ball form. You mean the colors one doesn't look like the normal Lost World Fall? Or you mean what I've implemented doesn't look like? Because I guess what I could do, right? Something I should probably do to like compare it is, yeah, tell you what, let's try this and then end. Let's start it again with Spectrum, and then I'll do it with without the code mod on, and we'll see how the fall looks different. The thing that stinks about this is that you have to get to that ledge every time. There's other ledges here I can use, but the camera's different. So like, okay, don't hit the spring. All right, maybe I should just, no, I'll do it on this one again. Why not? The only problem is that we have to like remember this because it's like kind of long. Okay, so this is the new fall, right? Do it a few more times. He just kind of falls straight down. It'd be good to like compare the video of this later, right? So that's the new fall. The old fall. Oh, wrong shortcut key. There we go. So this is the without the code mod on. So this is just normal Lost World code running here. Except with Tropical Resort, obviously, but that's not code. You can also tell because the camera doesn't zoom out with the boost thing every time because I'm not doing that test here. Alright, so with Lost World, when you fall, it looks like this. So it's like pretty similar, right? It's it's hard to tell. I know it's underwhelming, right? But compare that. One thing that's weird is that the camera is actually like, the camera being different makes it harder to tell too, the speed of it. I think it's very similar, but it's new code running now. It's not the Lost World code at all anymore. So it's actually like a port of the colors stuff. Which is crazy because they look so similar, but I swear we're going one piece at a time. Tuck on it. It's always the fun thing about this type of project is that you work on it for like hours and then it's like, look, and people are like, what's different? It's like, well, it's hard to explain. Yeah, but we're getting there. So once I get like the rest of these to-dos filled out, then we can move on to doing more stuff that's actually going to make a visual difference. So like I can implement the other states. And once we do that, we're going to actually start seeing like different animations and things, and I want to get like the new homing attack working. I want to get the run to work more like the colors run, because Lost World one's completely different with the walk and the run states and everything. We can start putting all that stuff together. But like this is the first big building block, is basically just reprogramming the same thing that was in the game already. It's like a generations and colors jump. It's kind of like that. Your implementation looks closer to colors, because I think you'd have to like put it really side by side to see any difference. It's very similar. The other thing is that like Lost World's based on colors, so they probably copy pasted a lot of this code for Lost World, right? But when I was looking at the Lost World implementation for it, it was very different. So I don't know. I don't know how much of this just does the same thing, but like mathematically, a lot of it looks at least a little different. At least at a time. The One Piece is real. The One Piece is real. Maybe next time you could show comparison videos. I'd like to get to like, I'd like to get to the point where there's a very obvious visual comparison. Hopefully soon, right? Because like here's the thing. Pretty much everything I've been doing since the first stream of this so far, because we're in part 6 now, right, has literally just been, well, I've done a few, I did like, I think some of the jump and stuff too, but it's mostly been this one function right here. So this is just like the common movement code, right? So once I get all this finished, which is almost done now, I can move on to other stuff, and there's all these other postures you can see. There's also all these states. The states are cool because they have more of a visual difference, because you're going to actually see different animations and stuff when you implement the states, and the way he moves is going to be very noticeably different with some of these. There's going to be like different sounds that play and like particle effects and like all that stuff. So like the jump I started to implement, but then I haven't finished that yet. That's why it's bugged. But I wanted to implement the common movement code first, because I've realized that that's a big pillar behind the rest of these states. So that's the whole thing. If you're able to edit Lost World code, is it theoretically possible for the 3DS Lost World to send the RC vehicles to Lost World on PC. Yeah, I mean that is possible, but I don't know anything about 3DS Lost World. So I mean, I don't know, how does it send the RC vehicles? Like, does it do it over like Wi-Fi, or does it doesn't it wasn't there a feature where it could send them over to the Wii U version of the game, right? That's what you're referring to, but I never used it, to be honest. I never owned Lost World on the 3DS. I only had it on Wii U and PC. So I actually don't know how that works, but if it's done over like Wi-Fi, then yeah, or you know, you should be able to just like implement it on the PC side of things. Just like add some code that like checks for, I don't know, like lets you go to that menu where it's like whatever, like receiving signal from 3DS, whatever it does on the Wii U. You could just like receive the network packet or whatever and then decode it the same way. It should work. Good thing you never owned it on the 3DS. I've heard it's bad. Like, consistently from everybody that I've asked who's owned it. But I've never played it, so... Do you have a 3DS still? Yeah, I do. I've just never played it for some reason. I had Jen's 3DS, and it was all right. It's pretty good. It's very short, sadly. Like, it felt pretty underwhelming to me, because I was like, oh well, it's fun. It's just kind of ends. But it's pretty good. Yeah, I should try Lost World 3DS. Yeah, Tez, that's what I've heard too, because like I played the demo of it, and the demo was really fun, but the demo is only the first couple of stages. So I've heard everybody says the first stages are good, and then it gets bad. There's like the ice one that's like apparently like an eternity, just lasts forever. It goes downhill after the first. Ooh. Check DMs if you want a new Fear in Life from Colors Objects. Yeah, I think I'll like end the stream with this. When's that handheld Sonic Marathon? I'd like to like actually maybe do that, but I feel like my tolerance for like how much stuff I want to do to like 100% the game has like gone down the past couple of years, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know, because like a few years ago when I was doing the Sonic Marathon, if you would have asked me like, do you want to spend 200 hours collecting everything in the game just so that it says you 100%ed it, I'd be like, okay. But now I'm like, I don't know. So maybe I should just play them instead of 100%ing them. I don't know, because like with the advanced stuff especially, I feel like 100%ing that would take forever, right? But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Hello? Apparently my internet just went out for like a second. I don't know, man. It's back though. I'm not super tempted to buy Lost World 3DS for Rad. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't mind, like, buying it, but it'd be fun to stream it, I think. You know, you could just have, like, everyone watches me torture myself, you know? Hey guys, welcome back to Lost World 3DS. Today we're gonna push a snowball around for how long? Okay. Hey guys, today we're gonna play the special state. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know how that would work, because like, there's like 3D simulators that I think are good now. I don't know. I don't know the status of them, but I think I've heard they're good. Also, yeah, Death. It's fine if I show this video, right? I didn't see if you answered that. I mean, I assume so. I assume that's why you sent it to me, but it's just that it shows your desktop, and I'm just always wanting to make sure that I ask before I do that. Yeah, all good? Okay. Cool, I'll show it in just a second. We don't want to watch you hurt yourself, but where's the fun then? What the heck? It'd be fun to see Red die on the inside with Lost for 3DS. 2. Red has no excuse to not experiment with Lost for 3DS and PC. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess that would be cool to get that to work with the RCs. Um, Fun comes from fun video games, I think. Yeah, alright. I feel like it's kind of fun to like challenge myself sometimes. Like, can we survive the worst game ever? But sometimes it becomes not very fun. Like I feel like my Secret Rings stream is actually like one of my, I shouldn't say favorites, but it's one of the ones I like the best, I think, because it was just like, I was just like, let's freaking go. Let's let's just play this terrible game and let's just see everything it has to offer. And I didn't know like what I had to do to 100% it. Like I went into it just not really knowing. Like I knew I had to beat all the missions and stuff, but I didn't know like what all the missions were, you know? So it was always a wonderful experience just boot it up again and be like, what are they having me do now? Okay. We have to not collect any rings, and then they give me a level that just has like 50 million rings everywhere. It's like, oh, screw you. They just made it like as bad as they possibly could, like consistently. And then at some point they were like, oh, you just have to do every party game. Okay. And then you start doing that and you realize very quickly that it's going to take at least like 4 streams. Because it's just going to take forever. Like, it's not hard. You just have to do this tedious thing for hours. It was like, okay, I guess we'll go party mode. And then I changed the thumbnails and everything. I don't know. There was just something fun about, like, just, you know, finding out how far Sonic Team was willing to push, like, the nonsense. I don't know. It was kind of fun, but I wouldn't ever want to do it again. Like that's how I feel about it. Black Knight wasn't as fun for me for some reason. I don't know, because it just felt maybe I just got burnt out by that point. But I just kind of felt like, man, I kind of just don't want to fight King Arthur this time. Like, I don't know. I like Secret Rings like 6.5 out of 10 way. It feels like such a comical. It just feels like they were like, let's make the most painful game. Like, okay, you know the rage games, like well, like there's all the old classic ones or whatever that are real rage games, but there's also the more like well-known ones now. Like I guess like what is it, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy or whatever. I don't know. You've all seen that, right? It kind of feels like Secret Rings is a rage game, because there's just some missions that are just like. It's comical. Like you just sit there staring at what the level they created for you. You know that you're just like, are you serious? You want me to do that with the Wiimotes? Like, okay. I don't know. It was kind of weirdly fun in that way, even though it was sucked so hard. So I don't know. There's a weird spot in my heart for Secret Rings. It's a game that I would gladly like have tea with and then light it on fire. Make Beliefs Reborn. Exactly. Absolutely feels like a rage game. Yeah, but it was like in a weirdly like, it feels like that's what they were trying to do. I think especially when you consider the fact that like your reward for 100%ing the entire game. Like that's the thing that I think made it one of the things that made it the most fun for me, is like the thing that you get for 100%ing the entire, like going through all of that pain, is a video of the devs just screwing around. Like it's just them running around making noises and like chewing food and like just showing you things that they're doing, and it's just it feels like the whole team got together to just say one final screw you. I don't know. It's just, I can't be mad at it. Like it's just beautifully like, I don't know. It's unironically good once you get used to its controls. Well, once you unlock everything, it can be fun. Like I don't know. It's just the missions aren't fun, but like the just get to the goal ring. Like that's fun. Those missions are always fun. It's just all the other nonsense. Like, get the dino eggs, right? It's like, I don't think I want to do that. Anyway, sorry. So, Death said, let me read what he said again. Oh, so sorry. But Last Word Sonic is smaller visually due to that, and for a better comparison, you should probably undo Last Word's thing. You're right. I should have done that. Well, I think it's alright. If I might like do that like in another stream when I like part 7 or whatever, you know. Where did you say? Yeah, check in if you want a new fear unlocked from colors objects. By the way, okay. So this is the new fear apparently. Oh. Oh. Oh boy. So, wait, so Death, you're telling me they have a sliding mode? They can slide back and forth? Oh, am I glad they didn't use that? That's, I made it worse, by the way. Oh boy. Well, that was a good time to end, it sounds like. It sounds like my internet wants me gone. Now I only want you gone. I don't know what y'all missed when it went out. But yeah, that fast-moving laser feels like a thing that would have been in Secret Rings. Night Palace is fun. No, like that's what's so crazy about it. It's like the levels where you just go to the end. They're all fun. Like even with the bad controls, they're still fun, I think. Because they don't require you to do anything super precise. They're like built around the controls. And they're really creative environments, and the music is great, and I don't know, it's like really good stuff, honestly. But then you get to those missions and it's just like, what are you doing? They're like, beat Yoo-hoo to the goal, and then they have this fairy just be like obnoxiously fast. They're like, get all the freaking dino eggs, and they're randomly generated, and you have to just run around in circles because you can't turn around. They're like, don't get any rings, and there's like 50,000 rings all around you, and you're just standing there in an ocean of rings. Like, how am I not supposed to touch a ring? It's like it's like beautifully torturous, but like the main levels are not like that at all. They're just fun. Razor Jin is a fun boss. It honestly is. I mean, it's frustrating when you have to do it perfect, but when you're just playing it normally, it's a good boss. You missed it shown? Oh, jeez. Okay, I don't know if it's going to be like in the VOD or whatever, but I'll show it again anyway. He made it worse. So did you edit the memory, or is this a param in the set data? Like, can you just have custom set data that makes it move like that? Is that a thing? I was just saying that looks like a thing that would be in Secret Rings. It's a param. Oh my goodness. So you can just have a level like that, like without editing the code for colors. Cool. All right. Do you remember those old mods for Generations that were like unfair mods? It was like Unfair Rooftop Run or whatever. Well, you can do that for colors now. looks like something you'd have to use time break for. Yeah, no, like unironically, this is something that would be in a Secret Rings level, and you'd be like, what the frick? And then you realize, oh, I have to use time break. Like, that's literally... that would literally be in, like, a Secret Rings level. Jeez. Yeah, no, literally, okay, those were... I remember I tried to play a couple of those, like, on my own time, and I was just, like, amazed. Like, I don't remember actually getting mad at them. I was just kind of like, this is hilarious. But after a certain point, you're kind of like, screw you, though. It's like Snowball Joyride. I beat Snowball Joyride, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I beat that. I don't remember if I did it on stream. I'm pretty sure I did finish that level. It was not fun. It's also funny how Time Break is a mechanic used in Superstars for some gimmicks. Oh yeah, you're right. Let's see how save state. Just no. Yeah, no. It's it's terrible, but in a good way. Did you hear about Unleashed 3DS? I did. It's kind of interesting. I mean, it's very cool. Like I feel like I think it's just Unity, you know. But it's still just very cool to see for some reason, like someone make 3DS homebrew like that. I don't know. I always have a soft spot for homebrew because that's one of the things that got me interested in like a lot of technology. Was just as a kid like being super interested in like the Game Boy Advance and the DS and just like playing a ton of games on it, just loving it. And then one day deciding to like try to like look it up, like I was just curious. I was like, can you make your own games for this? And finding out that in fact you can, because there's a thing called homebrew, see? And there was a program called like DS Game Maker that was just like made by some homebrew developer. Was it James Garner, I think was his name, something like that. It was like Game Maker, but it was for the DS. It was written in C#. No, I think it might have been Visual Basic actually. It was some .NET thing, and you could just use Game Maker sort of actions, and you can build, and it would generate C code. I think that got compiled with like DevKit Pro, and you'd get like a DS ROM. It was crazy. It was really cool. As a kid, it was like a dream. I was like, no way. So I remember I used that, and I made all these little like crappy, terrible ROMs. And I got one of those flashcards off of like eBay. Like I asked my parents for it, and I got to see them. I got to play them on the actual DS, and that was like my dream. Like as a kid, that was pure magic. I was just like, I can't believe this is like so cool to just see something you made just on the screen. Like I don't know. So to me that was like one of the things that sparked, like I was like, I'm never gonna not be interested in this. Like this is always cool to me. Yeah, so I mean homebrew has gotten like better with time because people figured out more stuff, but it's also gotten worse in a way because with newer systems it's harder to mod them a lot of the times, right? Because you have all this stupid, like, you know, they have like security features like cryptography and all that built in, and you have to like find ways to work around that stuff, and it's just like, man, it just stinks. Like a new console comes out and it's always like, well, this is going to require a major feat before we can have anything running on this. And it's just, I don't know. It's different from back in the day where you would just be like, yeah, just get a cartridge off of eBay and you just put in an SD card and it runs games. I don't know, that was cool to me. Alright, well, I'm going to stop the stream, but Xbox games are finally getting opened. That's cool. Yeah, I really like seeing the homebrew stuff. One homebrew thing that's super cool to me right now is the PS Vita. I have a Vita, right? And it always was like... It's always been one of my, like... I don't know how to explain it. Like, that system has such a place in my heart. Like, because I've just always thought it was, like, the coolest thing in the world. And there just weren't many games for it. But then later on, like, they actually did start making more games for it, and it actually ended up with a pretty good library. Like, there's a surprising amount of stuff on the Vita, but it just never really succeeded. I don't know. It's such a shame to me, but this thing, I think it came out in 2011 or 2012. It doesn't feel like it. Like I still have it and I use it sometimes, and I'm like, this feels like they could have released this today, and I don't think people would be complaining that much. Like, it has an OLED screen, dude. It had like cellular network stuff built into it for some reason. It has cameras on the front and the back. You can do panoramic, where it's like a 360-degree like photo that you take, and then you can move around it like a 3D world later when you look back at it. It has like email built in. It has like it's got this touchpad thing on the back. It's just, some of it's just crazy. It's like, what the heck? It's really great system. I don't know. I like it a lot. But if you're interested in like cool like nerdy homebrew stuff, like a Vita is a great console to have right now. It's a really great system to have because you can pick them up. I think for not much. I haven't checked in a while. Maybe they've gone up, but they're not that expensive to get anymore. Used, I don't think. And you can just mod it. Like, it's easy. It's very trivial to do. You basically just, I think, go to like a website and you hit a button and basically you're done now. It's modded. And you can get this like thing off of eBay or Amazon, which is like an adapter where you put it into the game card slot and you can put an SD card into that, like a micro SD, and then you can use that as your memory. So you don't need to buy those proprietary memory cards from Sony that are like way too expensive for no freaking reason. You can get like a massive SD card. You can just pop it in there and it works the same. It's great. The only thing is you can't play games off of the cartridges because it's in the game cart slot, right? So you have to like download them instead. But there's so much homebrew for it now. It's a really cool system. I don't know if you're into homebrew. That's a good one to get. But anyway, also has Tearaway. Tearaway rocks. Yeah, I loved that game. I played it years ago, but I also had like Rayman Legends on the Vita, and I had Minecraft, and I had Terraria. Dude, I know they're all watered down versions of the games, right? Like, especially I guess like Minecraft and Terraria, because now they're like, they haven't been updated in years and they're old. They have a lot less content and stuff. I think Terraria stopped at like 1.2 or something, right? But dude, I had so many hours I put into Terraria because I would just, whenever my like, because I was still like a teen, right? So whenever I'd like go anywhere with like my parents or whatever, like whenever we'd be on like in the car for a while, I'd just bring the Vita and I could just play Terraria, and I logged like hundreds of hours into that game, and I got like, I basically did everything you could do. At some point, and I'm never gonna forget some of these memories. I don't know. I feel like gaming doesn't feel the same to me anymore, and it's not because that spark is gone. It's because a lot of the new games just kind of stink because the industry's on fire, and it's just sad. It just makes me sad. I don't know. Hopefully we can figure out a way to make them profitable again, and like make stuff of the same quality as what we used to do, right? Because there's still a few games that come out now that are really great, but it's just becoming increasingly rare because of how hard it is to make a game now. But anyway, I'm gonna stop blabbing now. PS Vita's cool. Yeah, it's very cool. I'm a big fan. I'm a sucker for systems that you can just do whatever you want to with, like they just don't really get in your way because the homebrew scene is just that good. So I very much have great memories with like the DS, the Wii, the Wii U, and the Vita. Not so much the 3DS for whatever reason, even though that has a great scene. I don't know. I haven't really gotten into it. I don't know why. Maybe I should check that out more. I'd probably love it. But yeah, but those systems especially, I'm just like, man, there is so much cool stuff you can make those systems do. Anyway, it has the worst Ridge Racer game, but it has a cool Wipeout game. Yeah, I've never played either on there. Let's support them the Wii U somehow, I guess. I mean, it got some stuff that you wouldn't expect. I guess it depends. For me, it's like, if you want to play like weed games, there's way more of that on the Vita, I feel, than there is on the Wii U, right? So like if you're into that, like there are thousands of them. Like I don't know. Um, so it feels like there's a really like strong library there. But if you're not into that, then if then I guess there's less stuff. I've been going through my backlog and recently noticed that more than ever newer games are more cinematic. Like every game is now 90% cutscene. Yeah, because it's easier to program, you know? Like, yeah. I'm not against cinematics, obviously, you know, but I feel like they should be as brief as possible, really, and they should be telling a really strong story. Like every cinematic should have a point, right? It's not like you can remove it and nothing changes. It's like you remove it and the whole thing doesn't make sense now, right? Like that has to be. They all have to have a distinct reason to be there. Because if they don't, then it's just like I'm wasting my time by watching this, you know. Anyway, but I'm trying to get back into gaming, some more, and I've just been buying a lot of like older games and newer indie stuff, and I've been having a good time with that. Um, there's a lot of games that people have talked about for years that are like great that I've just never played. Oh, also something that something I'd recommend that is probably I'm sure is not something that you know I'm sure people have thought of this before, but so like there's a lot of games that just are just free, like they just have a day where they're just free, you know, but you don't usually know about it, right? So I just was like one day I was like, you know, if I could just get like a notification every time that like one of these games went free, I could just like amass like a massive collection of random games. So I found like one of those like freaking. It's probably not the best way to do it. There's probably a better way, but I just found like a Discord server, just like free games, and they just have like every time a game goes free on like Epic or on Steam or whatever, they just send out a notification, and you get a notification on your phone, and you're just like, oh, what's this? You just click on you just go there and you can claim it for free. Only for like a day or whatever, right? So I've just been like doing that for everyone that I've been notified for like I don't know, like half a year now. I've gotten like probably like 40 or 50 games. And a lot of them are ones I've never heard of before, and I don't know if I'll ever play them or not. Some of them look very cool. But then there's also ones that I'm like, that's a great deal. Like I totally was gonna buy that anyway. I don't know. So I that's been getting me into it too again. Just the thrill of like every once in a while you get a little notification. It's just like, oh, what's this? A game? Like I don't know. There's something kind of exciting about it. There are 3 for free on Steam right now. Yeah, it's great. It's great to like know about. To like know when those things are going on, because normally you don't know. That's the whole thing. I don't know. So it's cool. You can also do the illegal way. True. But yeah, honestly on consoles it's probably easier to do that. But on PC I feel like it's gotten to the point where for me it's not worth it, because it's just like it's just such a pain. I don't know. There's so many steps you have to go through. It's just like, So I mean, just do what I did. Claim every free game on Steam with SteamDB. See, there you go. Oh, that's actually that's a good idea. I didn't think about using SteamDB for that. You get 100% orange juice in Steam. Oh yeah, I did get that. I don't know what it is, but I have it. I don't know. It's kind of it. I guess what I'm trying to say, what I don't think I phrased it very well, but what I'm trying to say is that I feel like when I was a kid there was more like magic to some of this stuff, and when I got older a lot of it kind of faded, because it went from being like you just have a lot of cool games you can play and they're just fun, to having all this nonsense in the way, right? Like there's this whole industry and all these people are trying to make money, and a lot of people are losing their jobs, and it's terrible and it stinks, and there's all this DRM, and everything costs more than it should, and it's just everything's slower than it should be, and everything is like a 200 gigabyte download for some freaking reason. And it's like, I don't even have hard drive space to play anything anymore. That's newer, right? And like just all this nonsense that like didn't used to be there. I don't know. So it just kind of put me off of it for a while. But like something about it, just these little things, like going back to like older systems and like trying out new homebrew and stuff for it, that's been cool. And like having this sort of, you know, this system set up where like every few days or whatever you get a notification and it's like, hey, a random free game you've never heard of before. It's like kind of like a Christmas gift. Like, oh, surprise, what's this? And sometimes you get something you don't really care about. Sometimes it's really fun and it's like a really great game and you're glad that you played it. I don't know, stuff like that's been kind of bringing back some of that magic for me. So I guess I just wanted to share that. Definitely agree there. It's kind of nice Nintendo's low end, so things aren't 200 gigabyte downloads. Yeah, that's the only... I feel like that's the only positive about the Switch stuff. Yeah, can I show the video Death posted? Oh, I did, but I guess it didn't show. Sure. Well, there were 2 of them. He said, this is the new Nightmare unlocked. Apparently this laser has the ability to move left and right as a parameter that they just didn't use. That's terrible. And then it gets even worse because apparently there's another parameter to set the speed that it moves at. Sweet dreams. Yeah, that was the video. I feel mostly the same. Are you sure you didn't place that feeling in my head a year ago? Yeah, I'm not sure, right? No, yeah, guys, it's kind of funny. I've been like adding stuff to my wish list on Steam because I've just been trying to keep track of it, like if there's ever a sale or something. And I cannot believe how many times, for some reason, that I've like went to add something to my wish list and it says like one friend already has on their wish list and it's you. I'm like, that's cool. We both have the same mind apparently. It's like almost everything that I'm interested in. I just didn't realize that. So yeah, so maybe I did. Maybe I did put that feeling in your head. Can we make it a spinning saw blade? Yeah, can you make it spin like very fast so it looks like a saw blade? That would be awful. Make it have more lasers and make it. Well, you can put more lasers on it. Oh boy. That you have to have like 20 lasers spinning fast, looking like a saw blade, like just to really scare someone. I've seen people with games they already own still on their wish list. Wait, it doesn't remove it? Bro. I thought it did. There's a Discord bot that says, yeah, that's what I've been using. I'm sure there's probably better way. There's probably like an email thing you can set up or something so you don't have to be in a Discord server. Like, I don't know, but it's easiest. You only have the PSP? That's cool, though. I've never had a PSP. But I've been playing, like, some PSP games on the Vita. I've been playing some cringe visual novels. And it's fun, I'm not gonna lie. It's like a whole world of stuff that I just never knew existed. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of fun. Some people with games they already own still on the... Oh yeah, you said that. Sorry, I already read that. I might only have it through family sharing or whatever. I think it does get rid of games on the wish list, so I'm not sure what's going on there. On a scale of 1 to cringe, how much? You mean the visual novels? Some of them are not cringe, some of them are very cringe. There's an Evangelion one. You can probably figure it out if you look it up, I guess. It's got a name that's all you need to know, really. It's all you need to know. I was just like, I have to know what this is. Like, I have to there's a piece of Evangelion media that I have not consumed. Have to know what this is. It was so there's 2 of them, right? They made a sequel. The first one is like freaking, it's like 2 hours long. Like, let me just say that again. It's a visual novel, and it's like 2 hours long. I don't know how they sold that for full price. Like, like I think DDLC is probably longer, and that's free. So I don't know how that was a thing that a company made, um, but somehow that was a thing they released, and its story was okay. Actually, it wasn't so bad. It kind of fit the theme of the show. It has a little twist in it that's all right. It was just like, all right, that was decent. It's just that it was really freaking short. And then they made a second one, and that one is just like, what if we did fan service? And it's not so good. It's not so good. That one's worse. It's much longer though, so at least it has that going for it. There you go, Yarcast. Yeah, there was some guy who decided that he wanted, so he like somehow found out about these games and tried them out of morbid curiosity, similar to what I did, and then realized that they were terrible. Like, apparently the game was like for Windows 95 or whatever, and they like made a port to the PS2 or something, and then they got ported to the PSP. So it's like a port of a port, and it's just not great. Like, the textures are horribly compressed, and even for the PSP it doesn't have to be that compressed, and they just made all these really bad decisions and visual errors. It's just like a mess. So he decided it would be cool to like fix it, and he thought it would be like, a week-long project or whatever. It ended up taking like a year. But this guy like meticulously fixed every issue in the entire game and effectively remade everything. And he released it as like a patch, so you have to like patch the ROM, or it's the ISO rather. You have to patch the ISO. But yeah, you can just like get this mod for it that fixes all the visual issues because someone was just like just ended up doing this kind of on accident. I don't know. I like stuff like that. Like, to me, it's fun, like that side of the internet. Just like some guy screwing around with a random game. You've made it worse again? Oh boy. I'll pull that up, but I also want to find the thread I was talking about. And then I'm actually going to stop this because we're like an hour past what I said. There's like... Let me see if I can find this. He has, I don't know, I don't remember what it's called. But it's like a mod for this. And he has like a forum post that he made. Well, it's like a thread that he started where he's been like like dialoguing, what the heck, what am I saying? Like, logging everything that he's changed, right? And it is, it's a lot. Oh yeah, I sent this message to Death. I played this Evangelion PSP game and was surprised by how much it felt like it was made on a budget of $5. It's about 2 hours long. Most of the gameplay is reading the text and hitting next, which is how most visual novels are. But yeah, there's like no content. There is one choice at the end that matters. That's it. Yeah, the rest of the choices literally don't matter. And the art is horribly compressed. Yeah, I tried to show... Okay, like here we go. Here's what I was like looking for. I'll show that video too and then I'll stop. Whoops, that wasn't bad. That was just something else. This is like one of the textures, right? From the game. Like, look at this. This is the actual resolution of the texture. Okay? And, like, I don't know if the stream is doing this justice or not. All that blur that you see, like, that's not YouTube. That's like That's the texture. There's all this color banding, and it's just like, it looks awful. It's like, how did that happen? Like, I know it's a PSP port, but like, so many mistakes they made. This one is my favorite, I think, because this one's just like, how did you do this? Hang on. This is... Do you see this? I'll zoom in a little bit. See this thing over here on the right side where the cursor is? Top right? That's supposed to be here. But somehow in the PSP release it ended up here. So it's just in the wrong freaking position entirely, and it looks obviously wrong. So the like guy had to like fix that. Now it looks like this, right? So you can see it's like where it's supposed to be now. He didn't get the same frame for comparison, but also you can see like the edge, like over here, is compressed. It's like you can't even see it anymore. So you like fix that. It's like it's so much better with the like patch, right? But it's like unbelievable they released it like that. Did I link him the thread? No, I don't think I did. Anyway, I was trying to find the thread from this guy that like, because it was really interesting, like reading like everything that he had to do. Anyway, I like stuff like that. All right, let's show the video. What game is this? How? Yeah, it's like it's a Evangelion visual novel that they ported to the PSP, and it's like 2 hours long, and yet somehow they couldn't fix the mistakes. Like, it's but it was fun. It's fun to like explore this weird corner of like games where it's just like, who developed this? I don't know. You just have no idea what like what the game's gonna be like, because sometimes you find something that's actually like fun, but then other times it's just terrible. But either way, it's an adventure, you know. You're just like exploring, like, what's this ISO do? Oh. I don't know. Death, what have you done? Okay, this is what he was trying to show us. I jokingly said he should make a buzzsaw. I don't think we can top that. I think that's pretty that is freaking incredible. That's amazing. They must have had the budget of a PB&J sandwich. No, like really, because the credits have like a team of people, and you're just kind of like, how is there a team? I don't know. It's only 500 speed. We can go higher. Does it eventually like stop working? Like, what's the limit? Oh, so wait, Beats sent me a video. I assume you want me to show this. You want this on screen, Beats? just want to make sure. I'd like to, if I could find that thread, like that would be great. Like, this patch, by the way, is only for the PSP version. I think I found it. Oh my gosh, I found it. So this is by, yeah, it's on GitHub. Here it is. This is the patch, right? It's for the first one. I also apparently did one for the second one. But for the second one, he said he didn't have to fix as much stuff because the second one was not as broken as the first one was. And that's also for these other games that I don't know what they are. So I guess he just puts all of his patches here. But this is like the patch, right? And you have to like install it into the ISO, right, with X Delta and all that. But it's cool. Like, he has like a forum thread where he lists like everything that happened. Trying to find like the post I saw that was like, I think that was the patch. But this thread only has one post, and I remember it being a lot longer than that. Because it started off as just being a translation to English, but then it became, because the game's not in English normally, but it became something much more than that. Because he just was infuriated by how bad the visual novel was. Anyway, I wanted to show you it, but I can't really find it right now, so whatever. But if you're interested, you can look it up. It's kind of fun to like read. Like, I like reading the ramblings of a programmer who's like losing their mind. Okay. It's from Beats. So Sonic Frontiers, I guess. This can only be good. Only a good thing will happen. That's really great, actually. Wait, so what the frick is happening? So like you spawn these boxes, and then after a period of time, the boxes explode on their own, and what is this? Like, how did you get this text here? And then Sonic dies. I love that you can do stuff like that with Frontiers now. It's abusing events and switch volumes, tiny gizmos. Oh, nice, nice. The old classic. Anything in Sonic that it's like, how did you do that? That's magical. It's like, gizmos. That's actually really great. I love that. Thanks for sharing that. Programming and losing your mind, relatable? Yeah, no, they go hand in hand these days. Jeez. Alright, well, I blabbed a lot longer than I intended to, as always. But, you know, it's fun. So, I don't no regrets. But yeah, thanks y'all for watching. I guess I'll be back next week, I assume. Now that we've got most of CPostureCommon figured out, I wonder if it's time to start moving on to something else. Or not. Like, I wonder if we have enough of it implemented that the other stuff will start to work in tandem with it now or not. Like, if we're going to experience huge problems trying to, you know, implement other states and stuff now yet. I don't know. We'll see. I think I'll try to finish CPostureCommon some more before next week, and then maybe we can try to implement some new states and stuff. I don't know. I want to get into more interesting stuff like that. But in any case, Frontiers is very open. It's cool. Yeah, it's refreshing, honestly, because the past few Sonic games were not open like that. So it's great to finally have an engine that's a little more flexible like that. It's like forces and stuff was like a pain to work with. So anyway, but yeah, for now, I'll see you all later. I don't know how to end streams. Later, all.